G'day world. Welcome to my stream. We're going to do news. We're going to do news first, and then we can get into some relaxed content. So I've got basically two stories, but they're obviously pretty big stories. So, obviously the biggest news. Oh yeah, and I've had to add a content thing. They have some new thing on Twitch, and so now I have to still add a content warning on the I don't know what they call them, content tag, because of the political content and stuff. So I don't know if that's gonna impact the stream anymore or whatever, but we'll see. So looking at the election, obviously I'm sure everybody's already heard that Donald Trump was elected the 47th president of the United States. I mean, anyone that was, I guess, a bit removed from them, like because we're in another country, even though we've got such close ties to them, anyone looking probably, to me it was pretty obvious that he was going to win again. So there was a number of reasons why, and I think that part of that reason is that the Democrats they're not much different. Like, they're capitalists. They've got their own, like, they have pretty much some of the same policies when it comes to immigration and just the same lobbyists, all these different things. And so that are the same with the two parties, that we're not really talking about left and right. They always talk about left and right, but there's not. It's basically center right and very right, and so anyway, I think that the people are just going to get more and more upset if it doesn't start. Anyway, they'll get a chance to see. We'll get another chance. Maybe some good things will come of it. I'm certainly hopeful that maybe some good, like the no wars thing, like he doesn't start new wars, even though he probably played an important role in what has sort of occurred in Israel and stuff, with like recognizing Jerusalem as the capital and things like that. So these are things that we always see the effect of a government 3 years after it sort of comes into power, which is usually after they've been kicked out. So, I guess we'll see this time. I have two things in mind about him. I think that either I don't believe that he really wanted to do this, but he's done it because he wanted, he obviously he was facing these criminal charges, so he sort of wanted to do that, and he wanted to be able to get out of that, and so, but other than that, I don't think he really wanted to do this. And so two things: either he's gonna just like hand it over to these people, this whole heritage found, and he'll be just like a figurehead of what they want to do, because he can't really be bothered. I really think that a lot of things that he said, potentially he just was riffing, and he may not do anything, because he's to pull off what he wants to pull off is a big thing, is a huge thing, and it would take, I would think, a lot longer than 4 years, but he might be able to do it. But like, I don't know how serious he is. Okay, so like we should consider that sometimes we might take some of his rhetoric too seriously, too literally, and so he does say, I think that sometimes he's just riffing and even memeing at times or whatever. And I don't know if he really means everything that he says or can be bothered enacting everything that he says. Or he could very well decide to, I mean, he's expressed a lot of these views over the years, over his decades of celebrity that are concerning, and now he's in a position of power to enact those views and bring them into reality. And he's already had a huge impact in, women's rights and things like that in America. So, and so now I guess we'll see what impact he has this time. He says he's going to stop these wars real quick. Within a day, he reckons he can stop the Ukraine war. Anyway, let's have a look at the report, a small report from ABC. I'm just trying to look at things that just give us facts and not too much opinion from the talking heads. We want to be able to make up our own mind. I'm going to express my views and you want to have your views, and we don't really want to be told what we're supposed to be thinking. Hold on. Oh, we need to go over to the news scene. There we go. And now, hopefully, we'll start that again.
He will be the first.
And that's right. I did have one more thing. The paint palette. So I'll go back to the cam. You can see the paint palette. I made it a bit bigger. Didn't start up. No, wait a minute. It has started up. Let's put it there. Let me see. Had it here on the ear. It is. There we go. And so that is our paint palette. And apparently you can use the commands either way. So it can be the number, then the letter and color, or it can be the letter, then the number. Anyway, if you write !paint, it will tell you the instructions on how to participate in the community canvas, which I'm going to try and have on screen as much as possible, even when I'm gaming and stuff. So I've kind of worked it into some of my scenes for when I'm gaming and stuff, and also into the news scene. So let's have a look. If we can draw pictures while we watch things, and that also sort of personalizes our video area a little bit. And we're going to also introduce like a sort of a virtual pet or something. I'm looking to introduce like a little virtual pet that might play up here, maybe down here, and so that would be pretty cool, so that the community can participate. All right, so here we are. We will start this article just telling us that he's been elected.
He will be the first president since Grover Cleveland in the 19th century to serve 2 non-consecutive terms as president. He was rejected by voters 4 years ago, and now he has defeated Kamala Harris in her bid to keep the White House in Democratic hands. And here's the state that's done it, as you say, the state of Wisconsin, now firmly red on our map. Donald Trump 49.8. That margin has now grown to 1 percentage point full. Kamala Harris on 48.8, and we have virtually all the vote here. This was getting to the point, it is kind of at the point now where it's becoming mathematically inevitable for Kamala Harris to catch up from here, and so she has lost that state. Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin, and we now see here in this what's often been described as the blue wall for Democrats. Well, Donald Trump has now knocked it down twice, in 2024 and in 2016, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and we should say he is ahead in the state of Michigan as well, and the other 2 states over here that are remaining in doubt, he's also ahead there. So he has a viable path to 309 plus Alaska's 3 electoral college districts. He's got a viable path to 312 still, but at the very least we are now certain that Donald Trump has at least 277. That is enough to make him President of the United States. He is the President-elect.
Wow, she got slaughtered. And that was a day ago. It's already old. She got wiped out. So we're going to talk a little bit about it. Like, we could talk about theories as to why this has happened, which I already sort of mentioned that I don't think that people saw any much difference between the two. But what they see in Donald Trump is a showman. And also, I believe that it's easy to make a claim. If I chuck out a 5 words, to throw out a 5 word sort of slogan, g'day evil deeds, welcome in. Something like, all the immigrants are committing crimes or something, the stuff that he'd throw around. But it takes longer than that 5 words to explain. It takes, 3 minutes to explain it, that is not what's happening. These things are not what's happening. Or when he says, I'm going to deport everybody, that's a really easy claim to make. But then it's like, so it's an easy claim to make, but I'm sorry, I got distracted by your thing. You can't hear me. And I thought, oh my gosh, my mic's not on. You have 90s music on. That's great. 90s music is awesome. That's what that's kind of my era as well. Well, a bit of 80s and 90s music. So, okay, I've kind of lost track of where I was going with it. But yeah. So, I know it's harder to explain the truth, I guess, than it is to just make a bold-faced claim that has no fact behind it, because it's you have to provide all this proof, especially, well, these days it seems like even if you provide proof, it doesn't get believed. So, and everyone doubts what that proof is about. So, it can take a lot more to explain a truth than it can be just to make bold lies and claims. Okay, so this is what just came out a couple of hours ago. So I've never heard of this lady, Susie Wiles, but I saw a few streamers that were going, like she's not ideal, but I don't know who's going to be ideal. Is anyone ideal? So this is going to be a wild card. Trump's a wild card as to what he's going to do. So, and that's why people voted for him. He's a showman. He's a celebrity. He's a wild card. He's throws out outlandish things, and I guess that's exciting. He's in the news every day because of it, whereas the reasonable take is boring, so it doesn't get headlines, so it's not, it's not something that people get exposed to as much these days, I guess. So anyway, let's have a look at this. I don't know who this lady is, so we're going to have a look at what analysis the ABC have got for us on this Susie Wiles.
President-elect Donald Trump has named his campaign manager Susie Wiles as his White House Chief of Staff. It's the first key appointment in his new administration. Global Affairs editor John Lyons joins us now from Washington, D.C. John, g'day. The first many people would have seen of Susie Wiles was probably on election night when Donald Trump was making his victory speech and he was calling people forward. And so he called out Susie Wiles. It took a fair while for her to emerge. It looked like it was the last place she wanted to be, was kind of up front. And she kind of called for her offside. It was, no, I'm not going to talk. He's my offsider. He can come forward and say a few words. And she kind of quickly went back into the crowd there. So what can you tell us about Susie Wiles?
Yes, evil deeds. What would you like? Do you have a comment to make on the election? On the result?
Well, Joe, I think that very anecdote you've just mentioned says a lot about Susie Wiles. Is she does not like to be in front of the camera. She does not like the spotlight on her. She's very much a backroom person. He did call her out, and she really didn't want the glare. She rarely speaks publicly. She's your classic political operative. She's feared in Republican and other circles. She's apparently a very hard political operative. She's credited with having helped see off the Ron DeSantis threat to Donald Trump. That's the first big...
But was Ron DeSantis ever a real threat to Donald Trump?
...appointment. She will be the chief of staff, as you say. She'll be the gatekeeper. And so for the thousands of people trying to get through to get access to Donald Trump, Susie Wiles will decide who gets through and who doesn't. She's seen as intensely loyal to Donald Trump. And after his first term, where obviously he fell out with so many people, ideologically they were similar, but in the end, a lot of them just couldn't work with him in terms of his temperament. He's had those 4 years in the wilderness.
And I think that we might get to see a bit more of that perhaps, or I don't know, he might have shored up the people around him to be super, super loyalists, you know. Like maybe there won't be the same falling outs that we saw in his cabinet of his in his last presidency.
People like Susie Wiles are seen as having stuck with him, so he's putting loyalty now. He can choose obviously from a wide range of people.
To me, because I don't think he really wants to be there. I don't think he's got the energy for it. Right, he is getting on. I think he just would have liked to have gone, fuck it, but all these charges came up. G'day, Sandra, you've been here before as well. I remember you. I do. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're checking out Trump's win. And so I don't know that he's got the energy. Yeah. To do it, but it's these other people that he's shored up behind him to make sure that he's like, all the people that he's going to delegate these duties to, I mean, really, he's going to put RFK in charge of health. Seriously, the man who had like brain worms and like supposedly ate a dog. He chopped up a whale. No, he carried a whale on his cart. The man has had quite some adventures, let's just say. He may have got the brain worms from the bear that he killed with the bite. I don't know. So, he's had that man may be in charge of health. If you thought the American health system couldn't get any more dire, I guess, we're gonna see what that looks like over the next 4 years. Oh, thank you very much. That's lovely. Thank you. I do try and do it up because it's like, sometimes it can be a bit unruly. And I'm getting more self-conscious as I get older too. Like, when you're young, you can go makeup free. You can go like, last time I was here, I had normal hair. Okay. Yeah, I know it's fine to be old, and like, I know, and I've even thought about, going when the grey really sets in, like just letting it be grey and being the classy, leaning into it. That's fine, I'm 51. There you go. That's the first time I've actually said it online. So, yeah, exactly. So, and when you're younger, like I'm still very connected to my young self, if that makes any sense. And so it's sort of like, I found that old set in very quickly when I was like, when I turned like 45 at least. It might have been a bit earlier than that, and it was like, but body and mentally, I was like, I could see these changes and that kind of affected me. I've always been a little bit vain. And so even though I'm kind of like also very accepting of people for who they are, I'm very vain about myself, I guess. And so that's sort of something where I was like, yeah, that getting old is something that kind of I'm still getting used to and still trying to mentally get past those barriers. So we've still got the makeup on. We've still got, we've still got to do the hair. I'm not quite at Pamela Anderson's stage where she's doing the whole makeup free thing, which is just amazing. Like I've fallen in love with Pamela even more and more and more over the years. I just think she's fabulous. When she stood up and supported Julian Assange, which was a very important cause for me, I stood up and went, wow, okay, she's pretty cool. And then, there was all the Peter stuff that I always thought that was a little bit, is that going a bit far? But, she was passionate and she's an intelligent woman who knows what she's talking about. And now she's like totally removing all the makeup and everything, going makeup free. One of the most beautiful women in the world. And now that she's aged, she's gone, I don't need it anymore. Yeah, Angelina Jolie, she's come back on the scene. She's come back on the scene too. I haven't got any entertainment news. You're distracting me from all the important stuff. I love the entertainment news though. As a Gen X, I really like the entertainment news. Oh, do you? Thank you. I guess I'd sort of fall in and out of love with Angelina. I didn't like how she stole Brad Pitt from, that's very parasocial, the celebrity gossip, how she stole Brad Pitt from oh my gosh, how Jennifer Aniston. And so even though I was actually a huge fan of Angelina because she played Tomb Raider, right? And so I was like a massive fan of Angelina, and I didn't give two shits about like Jennifer Aniston, right? And sure, Brad Pitt was a good-looking fella, but I like Keanu Reeves and Johnny Depp were my ones. I wasn't into Brad, but I acknowledge that he was a good-looking fella. But then when Jolie stole Brad from, then I was like, well, that's not nice. That's not nice what she did. And so I was like, I don't really like that. And then, but then more recently I've probably been pretty harsh on Angelina over the years. She's got these 6 kids. They seem to love her dearly. She lets them be who they are, and she seems to love them dearly. And so, and I've got 6 kids, so it's like, I get where she oh, Nicole Kidman. Wow, you're really picking them, aren't you? And like, you make me sound like I'm not actually a lesbian, but like, I do have 6 kids naturally. But yeah, oh, Nicole, and she was up the other day as well with her hubby. I don't know what it was, but I saw something with her the other day, and she's stunning. Wow. Yeah, very stunning ladies they are. And you know who else is stunning? And like, I'm no Trump supporter, but Melania is extraordinary. She is good looking. But I don't know why they never had her in the frame. While he was doing his speech, this woman was always in the frame, and Melania never really made it into the frame.
As his number one criterion, and so enter Susie Wiles.
Yeah,
Monica Bellucci, is that lady
about
there?
The management of the Trump campaign.
Look,
it just came out in the
she's
last
extraordinary.
week or so.
And like, just before all of the election, there had been some footage of Donald Trump, and everyone was like debating whether, like, and Melania was supposed to be with him, but Melania had like glasses on, and everyone was like, is that really her? And I don't think it was her. You want me to look up Monica Bellucci? And I don't think it was her because Melania has extraordinary cheekbones. And you can tell, oh my God, look at these women. And she's stunning too. Wow. Wait, we're not supposed to be doing a thirst stream. I don't think I haven't got like a warning on there for thirsting. I had to put a political warning on because we're doing news. I'm trying to avoid like warnings on my stream, and as soon as I started streaming, they brought out this new like you have to put a political warning on. No, I'm not. I'm not a lesbian. That's what I said. I said I'm not a lesbian. I am actually straight. But I can appreciate women. Obviously, women are beautiful. Women are beautiful. You know, that's why women are the ones, you know, selling cars and laying on them in bikinis. Well, they used to. You know, because women are beautiful and they can sell it to, and, you know, yeah. And there are beautiful men. There are beautiful men too. But I think, I don't know, maybe, you know, we curated beautiful women more than we curated beautiful men. Sort of, you know, because it was kind of the desired thing, I guess, you know. You see women like me. You are a lesbian or you're a man? I don't know.
This piece, at least, was saying that Susie Wiles and John Lasivita, I think his name is, her offsider, had been able to manage him quite well relatively in terms of what he was saying. He wasn't being too outlandish in what he was saying, but then a couple of other people were able to get into the...
I'm hearing she has had no experience. So every accusation is an admission. This woman is actually a DEI hire, from my understanding. Good day, Arumalu. Nice to see you in here. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she has the experience that Trump needs to enact his plan. Exactly. We're going to have to see how to be. I do kind of, that's like I was saying, I don't think that he really wants to be there, and so he may just be lazy, but he may delegate it to his job to dangerous people, and that's what concerns me, you know? Like, they want to put Elon in charge of government efficiency. Fucking hell. Bro posted a tweet with him superimposed over the Oval Office holding a sink. He's like going for the same lame joke twice.
Campaign and on the plane with him, and he started
Good
going
morning,
off-piste a
yoga.
bit. But she was able to manage him
Thanks
back.
For joining us.
In the towards
this is
the
same
end
footage
there.
over and over
So,
again, and we're not actually listening to what the dude says. And I don't really want to listen to what the dude says. Okay. And there's going to be more just talking heads. Let's switch to another one. Because I thought this would be cool to watch, like, a couple of different reacts. So we've got Americans just in general reacting to Trump. I don't know. Let's see. This is 10 News. So, it you know, this is a commercial station. So they're going for the clicks.
I've been a Republican my whole life, and I think this nation voted without a conscience.
Oh.
And I think there's going to be a huge case of buyer's remorse.
Oh.
Last night I was watching the whole election the whole night. The whole thing. And I'm like, oh my God, Trump's about to win. And then when he won, I was like, oh my God, let's make America great again.
Sad. I want a kinder nation. I'm raising kids, and it's a hard pill to swallow. So we'll brace for the next 4 years and keep putting goodness out into the world.
Well, I hope he does make America great again. It would be good for the whole world. I just fear that this this is his last term. Like, he's not going to run again if he sticks to the rules, right? So there's nothing holding him back. If he wants to go all out or just hand it over to people and just go do whatever you like, it could be a disaster that way. You know, there's several ways. He is such. I used to say this about my husband, my ex, but like predictably chaotic. You know that they're going to be chaotic. You know, we're going to get a lot of good comedy out of it, like both hit the things that happen and that get said, and the material that then comedians mold into. So, you know.
Country, more of like a business. So I'm excited to see what he does.
He ran the country more like a business. But, yeah, okay. But the man bankrupted casinos and couldn't sell steaks to Americans. I don't know what to tell you.
Around.
He won't accomplish nothing. He just, for the rich, help his coonies, as you want to call them. The poor people only got a chance.
So I do not.
Look, I don't think that the poor people are going to really get a much better deal under Kamala. You know, and I've been kind of thinking about the Democrats and kind of the Labor Party in Australia and thinking these people are like a wolf in sheep's clothing, right? They're people who are pretending to be on our side. So what's more dangerous? Someone that's like out there telling you that they actively telling you that they don't like you, or the person that doesn't like you but is pretending to like you so that they can achieve their agenda. I don't know which is better.
I believe that the Democratic Party in its current form is capable of leading the United States into a major conflict, and I believe that's what we're headed to because of this administration in large part. So if given the choice between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, who's going to lead the military in what could be World War III, I have to tip my hat to Donald Trump in that regard.
I feel that Democratic rhetoric has been
all right.
more
Thanks
like,
for joining me.
don't vote for
Thank
Trump
you for
instead
popping
of
in. I
pushing,
really do appreciate it.
knowledge of policies
Thanks
and
for the
raising
follow.
consciousness of things that the Democratic Party wants to do.
All right. Yeah, well, you know, all we can do is wait and see. Let's see what the Ukrainians... I've actually been quite interested in all of this. So they're sort of saying that, you know, Trump sort of said, when I come to power, within 24 hours, I'm going to have this dealt with, you know, like I'm going to talk to Putin, I'm going to talk to this, and we're going to deal with this war, we're going to stop it. I don't know so much about Israel. They're like Netanyahu seems to be cheering. But anyway, Zelensky's been, you know, he's been trying to butter up Trump over the past 12 months, 2 years or whatever. You know, he's been trying to get in his favour. And so I don't think that Trump wants to work too hard, maybe. And so I don't know. He may concede some. I don't think it's going to end in Ukraine's favour in the end. Like, I don't think that it's going to, like, they're going to have to concede some land, you know, most likely, because that's the only thing that Russia are willing to do anyway. And so if Trump's going to deal with this within 24 hours, it sounds like that. Again, all we can do is see. Let's see. World leaders react.
While the world stopped to watch the US presidential race, Russia's offensive in Ukraine pressed on. Russia's almost 3-year war against Ukraine unrelenting, and news of Trump's victory has done little to buoy spirits on the ground.
What will Trump's victory mean for soldiers? In my opinion, I think it won't bring anything good.
We will have to give up the territories. He will try to convince us.
Donald Trump has vowed to end the war in a day. Many fear a hasty peace deal would force Ukraine to concede land to Russia. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has offered his...
didn't pause. I think that Trump, so from my understanding, he also won the Senate and he also won all these different levels of government. So he's going to be able to pressure government to do what he wants to do. Whereas usually the president has sort of got their feet cut off a little bit because, you know, the opposing house holds the Senate or the Congress or these sort of, I don't know exactly how it works, but like I noticed that there's a kind of like these checks and balances where the opposing parties seem to have input and are able to sort of, you know, make sure that things are fair and balanced, I guess. Yeah. I don't know, within the capitalist favours, it just seems. But, yeah, so now, from my understanding, the Republican Party have won all these different levels, and so it's going to be a lot easier for him to just sort of... And we also know he has this executive order thing that he can just straight out go and do whatever he wants. So if he wanted to just, like, go, okay, I'm not giving Ukraine any more weapons, you know, or if you want any more protection, then you're going to have to concede your land. And I wouldn't be, you know, surprised if that's sort of the offer he's going to put on Zelensky's table, you know. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see the relationship that we have with Trump due to AUKUS, the submarine deal that we made. And Trump was pretty... Like, at the time we had a Liberal government, so it was a right-wing government in Australia. The Liberal Party are a right-wing. They're supposed to be classic Liberals, but they're not. And they're just capitalists like the rest of them. And so they sort of got along with Trump a bit, but there was a little bit of animosity there that did occur with Trump and some of the things that he said. And it was kind of like, hey, we're your ally. And I can't remember. I think Biden might have come in before we changed. I'm trying to think. I can't remember who came first. So I would say that it's switched to that we switched over to a Labor government after Trump was kicked out and Biden took over. And so I got this impression from some of the world leaders at the time that they were just kind of, it was the last year of his presidency and they were just kind of like, the allies were just kind of waiting for him to lose at the next election, or to at least waiting to see what would happen as to whether or not he would remain an ally. So whether all that's going to pick up again, and, you know, how he treated his allies, whether that is going to pick up again. I mean, he's threatened to kick out Kevin Rudd, our ambassador. We're Australia. We're their friends. Like, if this is how you treat your friends. Anyway, let's...
Congratulations, hoping for a continued strong strategic partnership with the US.
Today is truly a special day. I congratulate him on his victory.
Moscow says it still views the US as an unfriendly country and is yet to congratulate its new leader. Other European leaders lined up to welcome the president-elect.
I look forward to working with him in the years to come,
including right-wing allies.
I see a shining victory, perhaps the biggest comeback in the history of Western politics.
The United States is a major contributor to NATO, the security pact that defends much of Europe. Donald Trump has previously toyed with the idea of pulling out, accusing members of not paying their way. That's jolted EU leaders into action, and most are now meeting their defence spending commitments. President Trump has also vowed to achieve peace in the Middle East. As a consistent advocate for Israel, his election was welcomed by leadership there. But among Palestinians in Gaza, the mood is less positive.
Will not be naive enough. We have to deal with them as an enemy.
Beijing has congratulated Donald Trump on his election victory but declined to answer questions about his promise of further tariffs on Chinese goods. China's leaders will likely be bracing for a ratcheting up of its trade war with the US.
See, everyone, there's no predictability to it. All we know is that it's going to be chaos. So the chaos is predictable. What nature that will be... what form that chaos will take is another question. No one knows. Is he going to enact these things? Was he just memeing?
In Kamala Harris's ancestral village in India's south, dreams of the woman they consider their daughter becoming president failing to come true.
We expected her to win.
They just did so little to appeal to, like, the Dems have not learnt their lesson, right? I don't even understand why Biden was put up to run, why they didn't have a younger person, why they hadn't got someone profiled and gone and really like pushed this person's public, persona and everything to get them out there. Or like, honestly, we should have been celebrating or coming to the end of Bernie's second term, but whatever. And so they didn't learn from that. And then they went and put Biden in, and Biden was already too old, right? They should have already, during Trump's presidency, they should have been promoting and highlighting other Democratic hopefuls. And then they would have been able to put forward somebody that was, perhaps some competition, But no, they didn't work on it. They just kept riding with Biden. And this is where it got them. And now they haven't won back the base that they lost when they, did over Bernie, right? They haven't won the people, the undecided voters. They were never going to win back any of the Republican voters that have gone over to Trump. So I have no idea why they keep trying to appeal to them, right? It's just insane. So that there is a lot of reasons. There's also, misogyny, deep misogyny in a lot of America. Change is hard, change is scary. And when women start gaining more power and there aren't many good male role models in young men's lives, they're seeking them and they're finding them on the net, and they're finding Andrew Tate, and they're finding, Russell Brand, and they're finding these people that are, left of centre. They're not left.
So we were a little disappointed.
But they're not giving up hope of a Harris presidency, urging her to run again in 2028.
Yes, she should contest the next election. She will, and she will win for sure. We pray that she wins.
For now, a waiting game until the president-elect again takes the reins in the new year. Catherine Diss, ABC News, London.
No. I reckon it's over for Kamala's. Maybe when she's 80. Fuck. Because I don't see her running again and being a viable candidate. Like, she was whooped in the polls. I don't even think she has won the popular vote. That's pretty telling, right? There was a lot of people that just refused to come out and vote. People that did vote in the past, from my understanding. And so there's actually like less people turned out for the Democrats. So they didn't appeal. And it wasn't because they weren't fucking right-wing enough. All right, let's see. What? A fire at Sydney Airport. Oh, okay. All right, we're sticking to the two stories, which is the election, and then I've got an Australian story. So now I can't tell if these guys I keep being told by people on the left that these guys are serious. I just think they're memeing too. Like, all the things that they say are exactly what MAGA was saying when Trump lost. Now, whether they are being serious because they're like, he was telling us what he's going to do, and so that's their claim for being that this election's been stolen. So anyway, I think they're memeing. They're just being sarcastic. They're just sort of throwing the same argument back at them. I have to close my door.
Let's bring in Kathleen and Deborah for a truth or fake on this election, on these issues raised up. Some Kamala Harris supporters, Kathleen, on the platform X, also seem to be getting into this electoral fraud conspiracy theory spread online. Tell us more about this.
That's right, Mark. It's not only the far right spreading these false claims of electoral fraud. It now seems that some Democrats or Kamala Harris supporters online are also claiming that Trump cheated in what is now being called the Blue Anon conspiracy theories. Here's one extremely viral.
And Blue Anon is supposed to be the extreme left. I don't know. They're just extreme Democrats. Democrats are not left.
Example of this on X. This post seen over 17 million times. Posted on November 6th, so one day following the victory of Donald Trump. This is a thread allegedly exposing Donald Trump for cheating multiple times in this election. He says, don't let him get away with this. So let's take a look at some of these cheating allegations on this thread, where this user adds this graph right here, this other post that claims now, he says, now have 20 million of votes. How have been counted? 17 million of them belonging to Democrats, while 3 million of them to Republicans. So he adds this post where he says that there are 20 million less counted votes now compared to the 2020 election. In other words, claiming that the vast majority of these...
That's because the Democrats couldn't activate the people that they've lost. Why would they turn out? They didn't say they were going to support a free Palestine. You know, they didn't do anything to win back the Bernie crowd. They didn't say anything that was going to win anyone back. They failed, and so people went, fuck it. And a lot of people just don't have time to look at the news and to really get into it deep. So like I said, you know, you say a slogan, or you just say, you know, just throw out any outlandish lie, and it takes ages to explain why that's not true. People don't have time for that, right? Ain't nobody got time for that. And so this is what happens. This is what happens. People get disengaged and they go, fuck it. Why should I go out there? I'm not, mind you, I don't know, Americans can vote on laws, I found out, like propositions that get put, local propositions for your state and your local area, and you can vote on them. We don't get to do that in Australia. We have a better voting system, like who to choose who our Prime Minister is, or at least the leading party, who they're going to be, you know, the preferential voting system, you know, you got to get it, but from my understanding, the states that had it on their ballots, that there was some states that had preferential voting that was put up in the propositions, those laws that you can vote on, and it lost. So because Americans don't really understand what it is, I guess. And because they don't have time to be understanding this sort of thing, they're trying to survive. And so, you know, Kamala did nothing to win these people. Did nothing. And they're busy, they're working, and they're hearing, oh, Trump's going to throw out all the people that are taking the jobs, or Trump's going to bring in tariffs that are going to make things cheaper. It's not going to make things cheaper. It's an extra sales tax. Things are going to get more expensive. But people don't have time to find all this out. You know, it's very hard to stay engaged when you're working full time. You come home, you got to cook, you got to clean your house. Fuck it, I'm going to sit down and watch a movie, right? You don't have time for this, and who wants to? This is depressing. This is you know, average brain rot. Seriously, this person has traction and is on the news.
Not counted votes, 17 million of them, would have been in favor of a Democratic nominee, Kamala Harris. Then another Blue Anon very viral claim that went viral on election day is that a fake Melania was standing next to Donald Trump while the couple was inside the polling station in Palm Beach, where the couple...
Is this the footage? Because that looks like her, but I saw... maybe, but I saw some other footage, might have been the footage and I was pretty sure it wasn't her because she didn't have the gorgeous cheeks, the amazing cheekbones. This woman, I don't know. But from this angle, I can see it.
Voted in Florida. Here's one example. Then there's another viral example of another alleged fake Melania wearing dark sunglasses as the couple is applauded as they arrive at the candidate's campaign headquarters and taking this conspiracy theory
didn't play it. That one, it looks like a different woman.
Further, users claim that the fake Melania Trump is actually Margot Martin, who is Donald Trump's deputy communications.
So why didn't they just say that if that's who it was? Why was she pretending to be Melania? Like, honestly, Melania would have been at the salon, getting her hair done, getting fitted for the night. You know, this is supposed to be at the election polls. She's not going out doing this stuff. She's like, fuck off, Don. No. Right? I'll be there tonight when you win. And I'll be all dolled up and I'll look beautiful and I'll stand there and I'll let you hold my hand. And, you know, she didn't turn up to all of these show-ons. I believe it is this woman. There you go. I'm going to go blue and on.
Director whose physical appearance resemblance to Melania Trump has already earned her this nickname of fake Melania by the press, which even led her to be mistaken for Melania Trump by Fox News, according to High Match. Mark.
There we go. Fake Melania.
So it wasn't her.
Let's begin by debunking those first claims of uncounted votes then.
Well, Mark, this calculation that we see, this claim is fake, and the calculation posted by this user in the thread is actually misleading, since it is correct that the total votes counted for the 2024 presidential election as of November 6th was almost 20 million votes lower than the total ballots counted in 2020. But this is simply because the counting of polling stations is actually still in progress in some states. Let's take California, for example, which...
Yeah, they couldn't count everybody's overnight. Like, it could take ages. Okay, so this is actually really interesting because we're going to talk a bit about misinfo and stuff like that because Australia's bringing in a law, so...
According to the New York Times, the New York Times in California, counting votes could actually take days or even weeks. And according to the Associated Press, only 55% of...
Because they think, like some of the conspiracy theories are like, it's the machines, you know, they just use machines to count it and then the machines decide. But no, it's all backed up by paper ballots as well. And so... it's like a double checking system on itself. And then the elected people, the people that are counting the ballots, that's both Republicans and Democrats and independents. They're all in the same room and they're all double checking each other's work, right? So you can't.
The ballots have been counted in California so far as of November 7th, which, according to our calculation, represents a total of 8.1 million votes that have yet to be counted for this state. However, there is no reason to claim electoral fraud also, since California voted with a comfortable margin of 57.3% that has already been awarded to Democratic nominee Kamala Harris. The most important proof that this election is not rigged, recognized as Kamala Harris recognized herself the results of this election in favor of her opponent Donald Trump during her concession speech yesterday, saying, when we lose an election, we accept the results.
Let's return to fake.
Yes, but it's a new age.
Melania. Was he or was he not accompanied by fake Melania on voting day? Can you clarify?
But, you know, he's not going to claim anything stolen because he won. That was the same thing. He was trying to set it up. Like originally I have to go back. So 2016 when he won, he was trying to set up this whole, they're going to steal the election. He used to talk about how the election, you know, was rigged. But then when he won, he dropped it and didn't care anymore. He only cared again when he lost. And he only cared that he lost because he's a narcissist, not because he actually wanted to continue being president. Dude don't want to work. I can promise you that. He just wants to sit there and scroll Twitter and watch TV, watch Fox News and eat McDonald's. That's what he wants to do.
Clarify this, Catalina. I'm sure this is the burning question our viewers want answered.
No need to clarify, Mark. These fake Melania claims are obviously completely fake. It was indeed the real Melania who accompanied Donald Trump on election day. This live footage, we'll just put it side by side just to make sure. As we see this live footage from Sky News on election day, where we see Melania Trump without those black sunglasses, clear proof that this is the real Melania, not the fake one. While Margot Martin, who was accused of being this fake Melania, also posted this behind-the-scenes video on X in the Trump campaign headquarters, where you see her filming the real Melania while she was making a speech standing next to her husband, Donald Trump, and you could hear her
See how easy it is for bullshit to spread? I was like, nah, she's at a spa. She was just getting ready for the evening. There's no way she went out on the trail with him. See, it just depends on where you get your news. I hadn't really looked into it. I just saw someone looking at it.
It is her voice. During the 2024 electoral campaign, we saw this rare increase of this type of fake news coming from Democratic supporters called Blue Anon conspiracy theories that began to flood social media after Donald Trump's assassination attempt, where Blue Anon users claimed that this assassination attempt was staged, or that even Donald Trump used ketchup to stage the bleeding in his ear. However, disinformation that we found is less structured and organized than that of the Republican far-right supporters of Donald Trump.
Catalina, that's an interesting observation. Thank you very much indeed, Catalina.
Because they have right-wing spaces where left-wing people aren't really welcome, like they sort of get bullied out of there, whereas in left-wing spaces, I guess they do still get bullied. I won't say they don't get bullied in a left-wing space like that right-wing people don't get. I mean, they got totally kicked off Reddit, you know. But where the left wing, by their nature, are more accepting of people of different, of diversity. Okay, so in that regard. So anyway, that's my opinion. I do think that. So what we're going to do is a retro focus, because women's rights are on the ballot, or were on the ballot, and, well, it seems women lost, yeah? And a lot of other people lost too. Potentially trans people have lost a lot. Women, they reckon it's the new Handmaid's Tale. I have to show my graphic novel. I've always got to show my relevant graphic novels. Margaret Atwood's Handmaid's Tale, but this is the graphic novel. As I've said before, I do read real books, but I like to consume this more difficult media, I guess, through graphic novels. So this is what we're looking at, ladies. This is the future. This is the future. Get ready. Get ready for it. Because democracy was on the ballot. This is a graphic novel about how democracy came about in Greece and stuff. So, yeah, really interesting. But democracy has said that women have to, get back in your place. Let's find out what a woman's place was in 1961 in Australia. Female uni students asked about their role in society. So, mind you, we thought Trumpy wanted to take us back to 1950. That's all. I thought it was just 1950, but no, he wants to take us back to the 1890s and possibly even 17. He was saying something about some law from 1780, a great law, a wonderful law that he wants to enact. So let's find out, even in the 60s, what a woman's place was, their role in society.
Now, what about these two lives for women? One working, the other bringing up children. Do they go together? Are they compatible?
I think it is compatible to work and bring up children at the same time. I think that a mother owes this to her children, to keep in contact with the rest of the world and to make use of any qualifications that she has got.
I don't think women should in general work. I think it requires a person of an exceptional ability, which most women haven't got. I personally believe...
Wow. 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 Why do people, like, speak against them? So, like, maybe she was just speaking for herself, but she speaks for all women. She's a uni student.
That women with children still at school should definitely not work.
I think it can be looked at from the point of view of the young child who needs so much continuing love and security. So it's going to mean that in the early years of his life, a mother will be very restricted in the amount of time she can spend outside of her home. But I think if she's going to continue in her profession, it is important that she does take some time off and continue her interests.
Should women get the same...
That was interesting. That was, you know, she was sort of acknowledging both the maternal side and responsibility of women. And, you know, but these days we do have a more shared role, you know. Men do have a more shared role in parenting. And in Australia, I don't know what protections they have in America for, like, women that are pregnant and they have to take time off from work. I don't know how that all works in America, but we have like a system here, and it can be the man or the woman that leaves from work after the birth of the baby and stays and the government pays or whatever, or the employee or employer, pays the employee to stay at home for a set amount of time until they can return to work and the baby is, you know, like can be put into daycare or whatever. So, but it's a share. It's can be either or today. So, but you know, it is a traditionally maternal role, and it still is quite a maternal role. You know, it is often the women that are doing the homemaking and the care of children. Still.
Money for doing the same job.
Well, why not? What is our criterion for determining pay? I would think it is the work being done, and hence if a woman does exactly the same job as a man, she should be paid exactly the same way.
In medicine, I think there is equality of opportunity. Equality with men depends largely upon a person's qualifications and abilities. In some fields of medicine, I think women have a special contribution to make.
I'm
She's awesome.
adamant that women should get equal pay for doing the same work.
But if we train women as scientists, as technologists, aren't they wasting their time purely within the limits of the home?
I think that the most important thing that women have got to do is to stop leading the Victorian life that women are more or less expected to do in our society. I think that the idea of a woman getting married and having children and devoting the rest of her life to her children is completely outdated. Assuming I'm successful...
That was like, he was just like, oh, should we bother teaching women like science and stuff because they're just at home? Like, I believe that Einstein's wife had like a huge part in developing special relativity.
In achieving a PhD, that is a Doctor of Philosophy, I don't intend, because I have to have a family, to consign my degrees to the waste paper basket. I don't feel that any degree that one gets at the university is ever wasted in bringing up a family. I think that everything that we get up here or anywhere else is useful, and after all, the aim of doing even a science degree as I am is mainly to give you an education, not a meal ticket.
You'll be teaching, presumably, girls and boys. Have you got any new ideas that you would like to teach them about how they should get on together in Australia as citizens in the next 20 years?
I think the fact that girls and boys are being educated together is quite enough to satisfy this. I'm very strongly against segregated schooling. I think that all education should be co-educational.
Do you expect to find any prejudice against the career woman?
When I go...
So one of the things that I watched a mini, I don't know, it was an interview, I think it was on Planet America, and they had a guest on who spoke about as a factor in this election and the misogyny that's surrounding, the potential that played a part, not the full part in why Kamala lost, but misogyny is certainly a problem, and we've got that problem here in Australia too. And so, but one of the main factors that seem to be at play is obviously that young men coming into puberty, wanting to understand what's happening to themselves, what's happening, they want dating tips, they want all these sort of things. They're seeking a role model, and teaching is becoming a more female job. So less men are going into the teaching field in America, and I don't know about here in Australia if the same is true. We're highly influenced by America, so I wouldn't be surprised if we would just pick up their cultural trends regardless of what our teaching gender situation is, right? But in America, apparently, it's becoming a more female job, and less men are going into that role. So young men and young boys don't have a role model in that arena, right, to look up to in any way. And so, or a number of, and so they get on the internet and they're seeking somebody that can, and they find someone like Andrew Tate and that's talking about how to be a man at a time when they're asking what it is to be a man, especially with all this gender debate that's going on, and women, absolutely, women start stepping into roles that may have been traditionally male roles and things like that, and then it becomes a bit of a threatening thing, and so men are young boys in particular are starting to ask, well, what is it to be a man? And so they go seeking someone who's very much affirming what it is to be manly, and then they get stuck in that rabbit hole,
Out in practice, I don't expect to find any prejudice against women. The respect from the public, I think, just depends on how good a doctor you are.
They tend to fall back. Instead of applying for jobs, they say, oh, I'm a woman, I won't get it, what's the use of applying? And they sort of fall back into important but not as prominent positions, more routine work.
Do you feel perhaps that you lag behind your counterparts in other parts of the world? Why, for instance, are there no women cabinet ministers here?
Well, there are no women cabinet ministers in Australia. I think it's very largely a fault of the women themselves, and partly a hangover from the English system of, male superiority.
Could a woman be head?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of that, but and then when you see the women that often get into politics, they try to emulate the men because they have to sort of fight in that arena, to survive basically and to get their voices heard. And so they're very, they're strong women, but they're oftentimes they're not necessary. I think Kamala was very, she was very female, and she wasn't someone that necessarily put off the sort of like Margaret Thatcher or Bronwyn Bishop, who's one in Australia, things like that, real harsh sort of women that are real strong, almost trying to be a man in their personalities, to compete.
Of a large organization, something like BHP perhaps.
And I think if the right woman comes up with the right qualification, she can do it.
The only thing in which I feel women only should be interested are men.
It doesn't seem to matter if we've got qualifications or not. I mean, Kamala was qualified, hey. She was the vice president of the country. If the vice president isn't qualified, and this whole DEI thing that they want to throw around is just ridiculous. It's just going so much backwards. Okay. So that's it for the American elections. And so I've got a couple of Australian news stories because we are in Australia, obviously. And why are Australians interested in America's politics? Because America's elections affect the whole world. All right, so we've dealt with that question, if anyone was wondering. Okay, so a couple of sort of side-tracky stories here first. So we turned off 3G in Australia. And, it's not going to work. We turned off 3G in Australia and it has blocked some smartphones. Is it going to let us read the story? It is. So Peter Legrass's phone was only a month old when it stopped being able to make calls, send texts, or do much of anything at all. It is one of several 4G compatible phone models that are being blocked from all mobile networks following the recent shutdown of Australia's 3G network. But it's 4G. Leaving untold numbers of Australians scrambling to replace recently bought devices. Keenly aware of the looming shutdown, Mr. Legrass had been careful to choose a fully 4G-enabled smartphone, and the one that he chose to buy from a shop in Japan, 2023 model Xiaomi, was exactly that. In fact, the same model is still available to buy at major Australian retailers. The manufacturer advises it as being both 4G and 5G compatible. And yet, as of this week, his phone has been unable to connect to the network at all. Mr. Legrass contacted his provider Optus, and the support staff told him that he was no longer able to use his phone or two other Xiaomi devices owned by family members on its network. It's not a technical problem causing Mr. Legrass's phone to stop working. It's that he bought it overseas and that Optus is unable to tell if it might be incorrectly configured to work without 3G. What? This is the story totally on the other side of it. Older mobile phones. This is what I was looking at. Like, some people that have older phones are being caught out as well. Like, not just with 3G, but not everyone can afford to buy a new phone. Why is the 3G shut down? And it's also affected areas that only just managed to get any connection at all in remote areas, right? And they've finally got 3G in some remote area. It's now just cut them all off from it again. So anyway, why is the 3G shutdown affecting 4G-enabled devices? The network operators are shutting down the 3G network to free up space on the radio spectrum for the next generation 5G networks. But when 3G was switched off on October the 28th, it exposed deficiencies in the 4G and 5G networks. Some modern phones, even ones that work fine on 4G in most circumstances, are now unable to call emergency services without reverting back to the now gone 3G network. Oh, I don't know. My phone might not work, right? Because if you don't have any credit on your phone or whatever, you should be able to just connect to emergency services. But it looks like they used 3G to do that, and that now you're unable to do that. Mr. Legrass's phone has been caught up in a complex web of regulatory decisions that have turned a perfectly good phone into e-waste. My phone is definitely not good, but I can still make calls on it, I think. Yeah. Here's the long and short of it. Just days ahead of the shutdown, Australia's media regulator ACMA finalised a new direction, basically a rule, that meant telecom companies had to refuse service to all phones that relied on 3G for making emergency calls. The idea was to prevent people from mistakenly believing that phones were fully working only to realise they were unable to make emergency calls when the crucial moment came. It's up to the telcos to work out which phones are affected, notify the owners, block their phones, and help make other arrangements such as low or no cost replacement phones. Okay. However, as Telstra and Optus noted during the Senate inquiry into the shutdown, telecom companies are unable to tell which individual devices suffer from the problem unless they have sold them. An Optus spokesperson told the ABC it had a robust process for identifying problem phones. Well, I haven't received anything from them, so this is a safety issue, a matter of life and death. So, if there is any doubt, we are compelled by law to block to protect customers, the spokesperson said. That means the companies are casting a wide net. The blocking is based on a broad list of supported phones, which in some cases appear to hinge on whether the device has been purchased. And this has left some fully capable phones blocked on where the device is purchased. Okay, so many things are telling me I need to buy a new phone. But my phone was not bought overseas. So, since telecom companies began switching off their 3G network, hundreds of Australians have reported being in similar situations. Phone made by Sony, Asus, Xiaomi, Oppo and OnePlus have been blocked if they were brought overseas or via international resellers. You don't want to have to buy a new phone too. So many things are telling me it's time. Well, this is saying that they're phones that are bought overseas or via international resellers. So if you bought it here, it should be okay. If you bought it in Australia, right? I'm a bit like, I don't know. Fortnite has a skin, and if I get a new phone, I can get the skin. But I don't want to buy a new phone either because I don't really want to spend the money right now. And the phone, well, does the phone work? I don't know if the phone works now. How can I tell when I need to call emergency services and it doesn't work? Because the phone has been bricked and it's like, otherwise it would be fine. It's like, that's just so dumb. But the exact same phones are still available at local retailers today and will mostly still work if purchased there. Optus said in a statement that some phones purchased overseas are configured differently even though they're the same model. One phone on Telstra's official supported devices lists the Sony Xperia X Performance was actually sold by Telstra in 2016, fails to connect if that device was not purchased through the telco itself. They're forcing it. They're forcing people to have bought them directly from Telstra Optus, and this is just so bad. I don't want to read it anymore anyway because it's getting boring. But basically, yeah. You might need to get a new phone. Check your phone if you haven't called with it for a while. I hardly ever use my phone, so I don't know. And then when I need it, it might not be there. These two, I don't know if I really want it. Okay, so actually, I shall show the story that we're going to discuss in more depth, a lot of depth, which is that the Albanese government have announced new minimum age limit of 16 for social media platforms. All right. Now, they're going to limit kids, right? But we have radio hosts that just say the most vile things when kids are up, like it's from between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. or something, and they say the most vile things. So let's just have a look at Sarah Hanson-Young is challenging the head of the ACMA. So these are the people that like regulate media. They regulate the television, they regulate the radio, and I don't know if they regulate like newspapers as well. But they regulate those like those forms of media, radio and stuff. And so when there's a complaint and, you know, they're showing content that they shouldn't, or there's, I don't know, swearing and in Good Morning Australia or something, like if they were just doing rampant swearing, the ACMA would come in and go, hey, you're not allowed to do that, and they'd get fined, right? And so they're sort of the rule keepers. Now, Kyle and Jackie O, as far as I'm concerned, have been running rampant on radio for way too many years now. I have no idea why these people are given a microphone. I really don't. They're not funny. They are revolting most of the time. They don't really have any value in what they input to society and culture. I really don't get it. Are they funny? No, they're not fucking funny. They're not funny, right? And so I don't know why they've been allowed to why they've been treated like they're some sort of media darlings. Like Albo went to Kyle Rittenhouse's wedding. Like, why? The man is scum. He really is. And so anyway, and they talk about how the type of scum they are on their show every single day, and it's absolutely vile. Anyway, the ACMA doesn't seem to regulate them. They just get away with it over and over. And apparently Kyle and Jackie O recently came in onto Melbourne airwaves, radio airwaves, and they haven't really been welcomed with open arms by the Melbourne people. I love Melbourne.
I've got a page here, if I could ask this to be given to the chair. Now, Ms O'Loughlin, I want you to just have a look at this and then tell me whether you think you would be able to read this out to us.
I can only say that we are aware of some of these. I'm not quite sure if we're aware of all of these, but I will hand it over to my colleagues.
So they're looking at comments that Kyle and Jackie O have said on their morning radio show.
And I would prefer not to read it out.
You'd prefer not to read them out. Understandable. And I don't imagine there's many children watching this Senate estimates, and I assume the audience who watches this Senate estimate session is far, far smaller than those that listen to the Kyle and Jackie O show. But I understand why you don't want to read these comments out, because they're vulgar, aren't they?
I only skimmed them, Senator, but I wouldn't think they were appropriate for parliamentary language.
Do you think they would?
Not appropriate for Parliament. You know, let's get some decorum up in here. We can't have that. But out on the airwaves for little kids to listen to in the morning? Sure. We do have some rules. It's okay. We can swear at night time when kids go to bed, you know, like there's rules. I think it's like 8:30 or something is the cut off for movies, and then you can put on the movies where people swear, right? We have some protections in place. These people just flout it and they get away with it. Why is the ACMA... I have complained to the ACMA before, and they've just replied with, oh, we don't want to... No, these people getting paid so much money and they never do anything. They never do their job. Not when they should.
Be appropriate for broadcast radio between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 a.m?
Senator, I'll pass over to my colleagues, but I would point out that we have received 59 complaints about the Kyle and Jackie O show between July and October. As you know, under the co-regulatory framework, complaints need to be dealt with by the broadcaster first and come to us for investigation after that.
Just so that for those...
That is such a... Again, I'm not going to do my job because they self-police and then, you know, so you write to them and they go, oh, you have to contact the station first. And you know, perhaps you can come to an agreement with the station over your complaint and they will deal with it. And the station prints an apology or whatever, or says some half-hearted fucking apology at, yeah, like Sky News, for example. They'll go and put their apology up at, 4 minutes to 12 in the evening so that people don't see their apology for all their misinformation that they've spread or whatever. And yeah.
Following the Hansard here, these comments, this content, just a snapshot since September, jokes about people being gay, jokes about one of the producer's Asian housemates, jokes about dating men who are not, quote, white, jokes about the sexual and racial profiles of other journalists from other stations, divisive and violent language about women and sex. And
I don't understand why that's allowed on the airwaves. There are rules about it, but why does the ACMA go, oh no, the radio station so you write to the radio station, they put out some half-assed apology and nothing actually happens. The ACMA, what job do they have to do? Right? Because they don't do anything till it needs to come to them after the radio station hasn't done something.
Into vulgar detail about sex acts.
But they don't apologise. These guys never apologise. They just come up with more vulgar things and go, oh, you just don't get the joke.
Comments on air that refer to fellow hosts as being annoying bitch and hoe. Jokes about
professionals on the airways, but he speaks to the host that way, to Jackie O. I don't understand women that, like in these professional situations, that allow this to happen. I guess I do.
Overweight women and mental health. And, of course, the final point there about a competition where they got female staff to record themselves urinating, and then the boys had to figure out whose bits were contributing to that urine.
They did that on morning radio. Do they need I swear they need a licence. They should have lost their job.
It's not just vulgar, it's disgusting, it's belittling of women, it's misogynistic, it's racist, it's sexist, it's off.
We should have kept that one. Let's get that one too. All right. So that story, we've got the ACMA who won't regulate a content creator that's just way over the top, right? And then we've got Anthony Albanese saying to parents, you don't have to do your job anymore, we're going to do it for you, and announcing a new minimum age limit of 16 for social media platforms. And what is going to be deemed a social media platform, I ask you? And how? How are we going to determine if a person is 16 or not? Are we going to be handing over details of our children to platforms that are unable, that we're claiming are unable to regulate their content, right? Or their algorithms, yeah? So we're going to hand over our children's details to these people, these platforms, yeah? Rather than regulate the platforms themselves and force the platforms into, you know, moderating the content, maybe making sure that, you know, things have got facts written underneath or whatever, like however we fight it, but it's got to be the platform that deals with this, that's getting regulated, not the people. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut kids' feet off, and we're going to go and set them free at 16 with no knowledge of how to use social media at all. We don't know at this stage. We're going to have a little look at this story over here as to what is deemed a social media platform. And see, I'm not totally against the government forcing platforms to regulate content. At the same time, like damaging content. At the same time, I'm concerned about whether I can trust either of the parties on either side of the aisle, whether it's Labor or Liberal National Party, to determine what damaging content is. Okay, because different values have different ideas about what damaging content is. And so I'm not sure that I would necessarily want them to be the arbitrators of what that is either, just like I don't really want them to, but it's a better way. Regulating the platforms is a better way than regulating the kids, right? Because what we're going to do to kids is we're going to make them totally illiterate to it. And then when they get exposed to it at 16, they're going to be easily manipulated, easily scammed. They're not going to know how to use the tools, the privacy tools. From my understanding, kids are pretty quick at learning how to pick up these tools. Maybe we should be forcing the government to, you know, maybe the government should be forcing these platforms to offer better privacy protections, you know. I know there's some platforms where, like YouTube itself, you can't actively block someone that easy. The comments are turned off, whatever. Yeah, you know, there are ways that we can regulate the content, regulate the platforms. You know, let's regulate the companies, corporations. Let's regulate these corporations before we like totally cut kids off from it. It's going to isolate kids, right? Vulnerable kids. Kids that are, you know, trans or gay or in a domestic violence situation, they can find friendships or information, communities, all of that on the internet. On social media, right? If you want to ban your kid, then ban your kid. You can do that. You have within your right to do that today. Right? I gave all of my kids, and I've got 6 kids, I gave them all, and I've actually got 2 steps as well. All my kids have had computers since they were 18 months old, right? And I talked to them about the types of people out there. They're still kids and you use kid language, but I appreciate the fact that they are still humans with agency and able to like think, and if you explain something to them, they can get it if you explain it, right? So, you know, you explain that there's weirdos out there. You got to be straight up, otherwise they don't know what to expect. Don't be afraid to be straight up. You don't have to be graphic like we're talking about over here with Kyle and Jackie O just being absolutely foul. Kids don't need to hear that sort of thing. But just like, you know, we can write a book about, you know, where babies come from in children's language. We can talk to children as well and explain and educate kids about, you know, questionable people on the net and that they might have questionable agendas that they want to, you know, but you use children's language so that, you know, there's weirdos, there's weird people on the net, and sometimes they want to do weird things to little kids, you know, and you don't want to be, and right, so you explain it to your kids, you try to talk to them, you monitor it. There's tools. If you really want to lock it down, you can put Net Nanny on your computer. There's so many tools that you can use, right? And you can monitor your kid, okay? But why is this happening as well? I think that parents are buying their kids phones too early. But this is your decision to make, right? Personally, I gave my kids lots of computers, but they didn't have a phone till they were 16, right? I think one of my daughters might have had one a little bit earlier, but she was working. And it wasn't a phone that allowed you to access social media. It didn't allow you to access the internet, right? It's a new world, you know. So I allowed kids to access, I didn't even put nanny or anything on my children's computers, that is. I didn't allow them to have phones. I did feel that phones were a little bit, you know, you can hide away with a phone like this, you know. Computers are a little bit harder to sort of block what's happening. And there's a lot more on offer for kids on a computer. You know, they can play games, they can, you know, produce things, you can create with a computer. There's a lot more engaging things than you can do on a computer screen than what you can do on a mobile phone, where you just really, there's only room to do this. You know, you're lucky if you can even watch a video on them. Yeah. But all you can really do is just scroll, and that's what social media is made for. So it's perfect for a phone, but people are giving their kids phones because they want to put trackers on the phone so that they know where their kid is all the time, right? And then going, oh my God, my kid can access social media. Well, of course they can, right? So we survive without trackers. Like I'm against tracking. I'm against trackers. I get it, but it's also partly, you know, a little bit paranoid. Like I do get it, and I do understand. Like, look, I homeschooled because I was scared of sending my kids on the school for 8 hours and not know on the bus in the morning and not knowing if they even made it there until they are supposed to come home in the evening. Like, that's one of the reasons. Like, I homeschool for a couple of different reasons, but that was definitely one of them, right? And I think I did an okay job. I didn't do a fantastic, I don't know. It's okay. Anyway, but, you know, there's things that we can do. There's things that we can do. Of course, one thing that my kids mentioned, because I said, well, I didn't let you have phones till you were 16. They did have a tablet, though. Bit different, but again, these are more creative devices than what a phone is capable of doing, right? And no, I've lost it. Anyway, it'll come back to me. So anyway, let's have a listen to what they're doing. At least his little speech introducing it. The speech was like 28 minutes or something. I just got the little announcement.
And this one's for the mums and dads.
This is for the lazy mums and dads.
Media is doing harm to our kids, and I'm calling time on it. I've spoken to thousands of parents, grandparents, aunties and uncles. They, like me, are worried sick about the safety of our kids online.
Like, honestly, I wasn't up in my kids' faces all the time, but I engage with my kids. I talk to them so they understand, and I treat them like they can process, they can understand. Trust me, they can. I've had 6. There's 8 kids that are now adults that understand when you just talk to them and explain in their, you know, their level of understanding. They'll get it. This is for the parents that don't want to regulate it or whatever. They want to give their kid a phone so that they can track their kid, but then they're going to go, oh, no, they can get social media. No, look, give them a computer. It's like people like freaking out over kids spending too long on Fortnite. But I bet you the parent half the time spends like hours on Fortnite. Like, treat your kid the way you want to be treated. They're humans.
And I want Australian parents and families to know that the government has your back. I want parents to be able to say, sorry, mate, it's against the law for me to get you to do this.
I was able to do that. I said to my kids, no Facebook, you can't, because the law on Facebook is 13. there was an art community I let them join when they were supposed to be 13, but I didn't let them on Facebook. But I made the decision. I didn't need the government to do it. And, you know, if I wanted to let them go, then I'd let them go. That's my decision. These ones that are pushing the government to do this, what decisions are they fucking making? Because they're making the decisions now for other parents and other people's kids.
We don't argue that the changes that we will be legislating will fix everything immediately. We have laws such as people can't buy alcohol if they're under 18, and from time to time that can...
Because that has, okay, so he's got, like, I guess they're talking about like mental aspects that social media can have, but you got to, that can be solved. We can talk about that a little bit more later. But, you know, alcohol, cigarettes, they have like a health impact, like straight up with like it has a health impact. And you card people at the counter. We're not uploading people's ID to the internet so it can then be hacked and like, oh shit.
Be broken. But those laws set what the parameters are for our society, and they assist in ensuring the right outcomes. Now, government's proposed age is 16. That decision was made in Cabinet on Monday. And that...
Much too old. I mean, I might have agreed with one that was more around the copper age, 13, 12, 13, because I think that this is a day and age where this where it comes. So my daughter said that if you don't get a kid a phone these days, then they'll get picked on at school for not having a phone. And I was like, yeah, but you just tell them that you got like a mega computer at home and be cool. And she's like, yeah, that doesn't necessarily work, right? Okay, I get that. But there's another issue in that bullying is the issue, yeah? So they're freaking out. Freaking out. That's a little bit disrespectful. A young girl has apparently committed suicide due to cyberbullying. Bullying, right? Another reason why I removed my kids from school, because the schools weren't dealing with the bullying, right? There was bullying when I was at school. I'll tell a story about a young boy that climbed up onto a roof and wanted to commit suicide, stripped off all his clothes and went to jump off the roof. Luckily he didn't, right? They managed to pull him down, but I don't know. Oh yeah, I've got a content warning, thank God. You know, and he was prevented from doing that, and he stopped, but he wanted to do that due to bullying. So bullying, let's get rid of the cause, you know? Like, I mean, I might have been into something that was around 12, 13, limiting it there, but 16 is way too old, and we're really cutting off kids from formative years of learning about like how you can be manipulated on the net and stuff, you know, like, and just how to navigate the internet. It's a different world. People have to be internet internet literacy, media literacy, all that sort of stuff. It's about educating people, right? And it's about regulating the platforms, making them regulate their algorithms. Like, they're just wildly writing these insane algorithms that we're all subject to, and there's no regulation on that, and the government are like whining about the kids are getting into all the, you know, they're going down rabbit holes, and it's like, regulate the platform then. Regulate the platforms, okay? The kids need to know how to use the internet, because what is exactly going to get covered in social media platforms? Kids need to know how to use the internet in this day and age. It's an essential, it's a human right.
Proposal will go to the National Cabinet meeting that I'm convening online, a virtual meeting tomorrow morning. These tech companies are incredibly powerful. These apps have algorithms that drive people towards.
More powerful than our government being able to regulate them, because I do believe that the EU does a pretty good job of regulating some of these companies. Now, I don't know whether they've moved on regulating these algorithms, but, you know, the EU does a good job of protecting its people sometimes, I think, with some of these sort of fair laws and coming in with stopping these big companies, these big tech companies from just coming in and doing whatever the fuck they like, right? They make them like apply to the laws. But here, the only law they're going to do is make sure that your users is 16 and over, you know?
Certain behaviour. The fact is that young women see images of particular body shapes that have a real impact in the real world.
Is that what he's concerned about? Is that what this is about? That better not be the reason what this is about. Because fucking hell, we had magazines that were photoshopped, have been photoshopped for like since the 30s. They've been doing like photo manipulation to make women look prettier, to cover up their blemishes. Like what is he what the hell? That can't be the reason. It's women are seeing like exaggerated beauty online. Like, I acknowledge that it happens, but it's been happening for so long. You know? We don't fight that sort of misogyny, I guess, by cutting everybody, all the kids off from education. Oh, man.
And young men, through some of the misogynistic material that they get sent to them, not because they ask for it, but if you're a 14-year-old kid getting this stuff at a time where you're going through life's changes and maturing, it can be a really difficult time. And what we're doing...
So they're going to let them loose on the internet at 16, where they've really had no exposure to it, and they're going to get all that stuff thrown at them, and they're going to fall for it then as well. Like, no, that's not going to be a solution. It's truly not going to be a solution. Anyway, it's just the announcement. It's 2 minutes, and I've already interrupted him about 20 times.
Is listening and then acting.
No. He's not acting. That's the thing. It's like putting a wall up and going, oh, we don't want to look at that. It doesn't really exist because we've blocked them off from it. But it doesn't. It's not going to stop them from accessing it. Let's have a look at what ones are going to be. And then there's a couple of like older stories that I want to look at, which talk about sort of misinformation, but also about whether or not this is like this was before they, you know, whether it's going to be work or not, because this is proposed. So they put the legislation to the floor and now it's going to get voted on.
As we said, we were examining an age range of between 14 and 16. And I guess one of the starting points is where 13 is a notional entry point for a lot of these platforms, how much would 14 lift the dial? How much would 15 actually change the dial when it comes to those harms? There was a body of evidence presented.
I'm not quite sure what harms, like they really need to strongly define that. Is that the harms of, you know, men falling to misogyny? But like, they really need to define exactly also what their goals are from it. Like, what are they expecting to achieve? Because, you know, if they're trying to find better role models for men, like, I think that's something that could be a solution, is some better role models and really put them out there, you know. But I just, No, this is not
from
going to
the
work.
UK about particular children's mental development around that time. So all this actually helped to inform the position that we arrived on, and I'm pleased that National
They've just
Cabinet says
highballed it because they know that the Senate might knock it right down, maybe bring it down to 13 like the copper, which might be okay. But again, you're still regulating other people's kids. But it also, I think that what sort of happens with the copper and the platforms is that gives the platform a baseline of like, is this content suitable on this platform for people 13 and up? Yeah, and so then the platform can use that as a baseline for the the suitability of the content. We're looking to raise it to 16. The platforms aren't going to succumb to that. They're going to be like, no, that's on us. And so it's going to be the kids that miss out, not the platforms aren't going to change and say, is this suitable for an audience 16 or older? They're going to continue the way they're continuing.
same.
Trudy?
Prime Minister, the opposition...
Because you can legislate it, but not in this case, not this way. They need to legislate content in a way like make sure you got moderators and stuff like that. But like I said, I don't know how that I would trust any of these people to decide what damaging content is either.
Seeking clarity on whether some of the big platforms will get exemptions, TikTok, Snapchat and Instagram. Can you confirm today they won't be exempt from this?
They won't be exempt. They're in a range which is called age-restricted services as defined under the legislation. Just as alcohol is an age-restricted product, these are age-restricted services. The exemptions framework operates on this basis, and it was pleasing to see National Cabinet understood and endorsed this. We need to make sure that young people still have access to educational, to health needs, noting that a number of mental health services, for example, actually operate like platforms. So we want to make sure that young people can still access those. What would be a probable candidate to be considered under an exemptions framework, for example, is something like YouTube Kids, whereas, as I described yesterday, YouTube...
So what about Fortnite? What about Steam? What about... okay, YouTube Kids, but is going to be exempt, but obviously YouTube, they're hinting there YouTube's going to fall into that category. So we've got Reddit. It's probably, like they're not going to be exempt. And what about Roblox? It's made for kids, but there aren't just kids on it.
Is likely to fall
What are
within...
they wanting to achieve? What is the end result that they want? Because I don't think they're going to get it this way.
That scope of age-restricted services, YouTube Kids is a different product, but of course it would need to be balanced against a set of criteria. And I would point out that the instruments to enable e-safety to make those decisions, they would be disallowable instruments, so would actually be subject to review by the Parliament. And
I don't think YouTube Kids is for 16-year-olds. Like, I'm pretty sure it's like made for like little kids.
Let's be very clear here. There is no out for the platforms here. We're being very clear that there are age-restricted services, and those commonly understood platforms like TikTok, X, Instagram, Facebook, they will all be age-restricted services.
I don't know if chat's got anything that they want to input onto this. What are your thoughts? What sort of content perhaps you got exposed to, and like how did you sort of deal with it, or did you not? So let's have a look at... oh no, this is a thing that I do want to watch, because we're going to look at misinformation, right? Because part of the problem that they refuse to define is misinformation. Right? And how do we deal with that? Yeah, they're going to block off TikTok. They're going to block off YouTube by the sounds. Anything. But they haven't really defined whether or not they're going to go things like Steam, Fortnite, I'm guessing. Once they discover them, they will. So we've got an article here that we can look at. That was the conversations and all right. It's Maggie. All right. So this was sort of back when they proposed it. So we'll just have a read. I don't know. It's not too long. Sure we can make it through that. In January this year, that was last year, by the way, the federal government proposed legislation that seeks to curb the online spread of false and misleading information. Okay, so they're not really trying to target pictures of women that young women are exposed to. That's just rubbish. I don't know what he was going on about in that speech when he was talking about that. It's just, he went off on a weird tangent, like he's going to go after Dolly magazine and Cleo. I don't even know if those magazines exist anymore. Cosmopolitan, Vogue. You used Photoshop. The young people are being influenced, I get it, there's filters and stuff, but it's these special filters, but it's an age-old problem. The federal government proposed legislation that seeks to curb the spread of false and misleading information. Since then, a range of experts and groups have accused the draft communications legislation amendment combating misinformation and disinformation bill, holy shit, of being vaguely worded and encouraging censorship. Is this bill really an affront to free speech and therefore to democracy itself? And if so, how might it be strengthened to protect online expression? An overview of the bill. I don't know if it's a different bill. The bill aims to amend the Broadcasting Services Act of 1992 to grant the Australian Communications Media Authority powers to combat online misinformation and disinformation, but they're going to continue to let Kyle and Jackie O spew sex talk at 6 o'clock in the morning. Specifically, ACMA would be given power to make platforms report back on the measures that they are taking to combat what is sometimes called fake news. Okay, see, this is what it should be doing. I hope that they're going to be doing that. What do you do to combat fake news and misinformation? I think community notes on Twitter are a really cool thing. That's actually something that's pretty cool on Twitter, I have to admit. They would be given the power to combat what is sometimes called fake news. Should the ACMA determine that stronger protections for Australians are required, it can then alter the existing media codes of practice and introduce new codes. So depending on the government in power at the time and on the women fancy of whoever's in power at the time, we could get more restrictions or less, depending on what they find offence to or what they want you to be allowed to access. They've been trying to do this for a long, long time, and this is a first step in. We always start with the kids, protecting the kids. Right? They always use the same excuse. ACMA, well, remember, they're bombing Palestine to protect the kids in Palestine, remember? Right? ACMA will also have the power to make an enforceable standard for all digital service providers in the relevant sections of the industry. Federal government has emphasised the ACMA will not remove content from platforms. I mean, there's illegal content. You just go, okay, I won't say the words, that content's illegal. It's already got laws for it. I don't believe that you can combat misinformation by shutting off free speech. I just don't think it's a solution. The government has also stated that the bill seeks to strike a balance between public interests in combating the serious harms that arise from propagation of misinformation and disinformation with freedom of speech. But some critics, including institutional law expert Anne Toomey and Australian Human Rights Commission, have argued that the bill doesn't successfully strike this balance and may have chilling impact on online expression. This is a bit different. This is a different bill. This is the misinformation bill. I could have sworn this was the one that, and did they even bring this in the end? I'm not going to read it if it's not all about the kids one. But it is about misinformation, and I did want to discuss misinformation. I don't know if they brought this bill in, like if they actually managed to get this through, or if this has been like folded into the social media ban, because at one stage they forced like social media to pay news outlets, and eventually the social media platforms went, no, we're not going to do that because we're just providing a platform for them to put their news if they want to or not, right? And so they stopped, and so then they started going after him with this, and this is really bad. Any of this sort of shutting down of free speech can shut down discussion and debate, exploration, and learning. Okay. Critical learning too, like critical thinking and stuff, which is what we're going to also cut kids off from with the social media ban. You know, they're not going to have exposure to it, so they're going to learn. They're not going to learn the critical thinking they need to be able to deal with it when they're finally allowed onto it, right? Where are we up to? Combating fake news or silencing expression. The bill's problems stem largely from the definitions it uses. Both misinformation and disinformation are defined as information that is false, misleading, or deceptive, and that is reasonably likely to cause or contribute to serious harm. And see, it's like, who gets to decide that? Right? And this is where we don't shut down free speech, but we have to promote education so that people can learn. We have to teach people to learn for themselves in a way that's constructive. So they have to learn about reputable sources and how that works, why a source is reputable. Learn about how scientific theory works, you know, and how scientific experiments work, and how it has to be something that can be repeated. It's not just a belief like religion, you know. So we have to teach people how to determine what's true and what's not. And look, it's getting harder, and it's only going to get harder with AI and everything, but we can't cut off our free speech. We're asking the government to cut off our free speech so that we, you know, to combat that. And I don't think it's a solution. It's only going to be to our detriment rather than educating and elevating as a society. Yeah, we're just going to get further into the mire because we don't want to deal with it. But there's a key difference between these two terms. Disinformation is information that is distributed with the express purpose of deceiving others, whereas misinformation isn't necessarily spread with deceptive intent. Okay, so we have two definitions. Disinformation, information that's distributed with the purpose of deceiving others. And we've talked about this before, and it's the disinformation stuff. Let me see, I put it away somewhere where we'd be able to access it again. The General Person's Guide to Forum Spies. right? And this one talks about techniques that are used on the internet by these, by disinformation specialists. Okay, 25 rules of disinformation. This is taught was taught at least at Purdue University, right? This is stuff that we need to know, right, in order to be safe on the internet. Not just kids, everyone needs to know this, but instead of like cutting off our free speech, teach people this stuff. Teach them that this is how they manipulate you. But they don't want to teach us that because they want to do their own brand of propaganda. Right? And it's another reason also why I think they want to sort of cut kids off from social media. I know a lot of kids are getting news on TikTok, and some of it is not what the government wants them to have access to, especially around Israel and Palestine, and that they're getting this news about Israel and Palestine that isn't the story that the government really wants them to have. And so, we cut the kids off from it until they're 16. We let them loose on the internet at 16, and then the kids are susceptible to being manipulated. They've been given no tools as to how to deal with it, right? They've had no experience as to how to deal with it, and then we hit them with an election so that they can make a choice, and they'll believe everything the government says because only government-approved information will be allowed, right? This is a lot, and I'm so disappointed in the Labor Party that they went down this route, right? And again, I'll say it again, it's like the Dems. I do really think that they're wolves in sheep's clothing. Is it better? Is the person that's standing there telling you that they hate you, are they better, or is it the person that's standing there pretending to like you but they still hate you? Is that a better person? Because that's the impression I'm starting to get from the Dems, and that's the impression I'm starting to get from Labor, right? This is a joke that Labor were the one to bring in this censorship bill. There was a time when Labor fought against it. There was a time when Labor supported unions too, but they got rid of the heads of the CMFEU because they wanted control of the unions, and then went and put some government figureheads in there. Right? And now the union is no longer a true workers' union. Like, Labor have just totally lost who they are, the roots of who they are. And then they want to bring in social media ban on children. Anyway, let's continue. This is the disinformation. So we have a definition. So disinformation is something that's distributed with the express purpose of deceiving others. So we can get platforms to get rid of bots and stuff like that. There's ways that they can sort of determine those. Not always, but sometimes. And community notes are a really good way. I thought that, like I've said before, I think community notes work really well when there's someone's presenting disinformation in particular. And obviously when someone is ill-informed and they present misinformation, community notes again. Education is key. Don't put your head in the sand, educate, but we have to do a better job of it, right? The Law Council of Australia warns the broadness and impression of key terminology in the bill may result in confusion in its application, right? They make it broad for a reason, so they can put a little bit more in there and a little bit more when they want, okay? And fine. We make this law under a government that we trust a bit with the law, but then another government comes in that can't be trusted with that law. You write laws with the future in mind, and that you write a law with the idea from the idea that the enemy, your opposition, could one day, not just like the opposition that's there now, but like a true enemy could one day use that law, right? They could get in power and use that law. So you create laws that are going to be not dangerous under that situation. But here we have Labor building a sort of loose misinformation law because, it suits both of them, doesn't it? They're both into it. So, the Law Council of Australia warns that the broadness may result in confusion. Similarly, the AHRC have said that the broad definitions used here risk enabling unpopular or controversial opinions or beliefs to be subjectively labelled as misinformation or disinformation and censored as a result. You know, shut down all discussion, any discussion at all around, you know. There's nothing wrong with, like, looking at what happened with COVID, you know, and going, hey, that sort of came out of a lab, you know, like what happened there? And all that discussion was shut down, you know. I'm not saying either way. I'm just saying that the discussion, they shut that information down. And then Facebook came out and said they regretted shutting that discussion down. And we you know, there's still questions around that stuff as far as I'm concerned, like. And from what I've seen, some of the investigators still had questions around it and were kind of silenced as well. Put simply, the bill could threaten freedom of speech, the ability to speak one's mind in public forum without the unreasonable threat of being silenced, such as via lawsuits or incarceration. Freedom of speech has been heralded as a bulwark of any robust democracy. For a democracy to function, citizens must have the right to have their say on the issues of the day. And that's why protest as well. They make laws around protest. Protest is our free speech. You know, people that go, oh, there's protesters. Like, you're literally like dissing somebody for expressing a right that you also have and you're going to have taken away if you go like, let's get the protesters. Let's stop protesters. In the United States, free speech is protected by the First Amendment. And I'm talking about protesters, not riots that are literally riots. Not ones that have been instigated by cops, but ones where the protesters themselves are literally like storming buildings. That's a riot. Okay, that's not a peaceful protest. No such formal protection exists in Australia. Nonetheless, the AHRC notes that the High Court has held that implied freedom of political communication exists as an indispensable part of the system of a representative and responsible government created by the Constitution. So in Australia, we do not have free speech anyway. So all of this is kind of mute, the discussion around free speech in Australia, because we technically don't have it. But we do have free political speech, technically, but we're lock-up protesters, you know. Risk of double standards. The risk to free speech is further heightened by the bill's interpretation of what constitutes harm. All right, so this is going to give us an idea of what they think is going to harm kids and what they're trying to block kids from, right? Or at least what they're claiming. All right. Historically, the potential of speech to cause harm, either physical or psychological, has been understood as one of the few reasons that speech should ever be censored. What historically it's one of the few reasons that speech should be censored, right? So the bill identifies one harm as being the disruption of public order or society in Australia, but does not clarify what such a disruption would actually entail. That is just so loosely defined. What does that mean, disruption of public order or society in Australia? A protest? Someone speaking out? Like, we already have laws around like inciting and things like that. I don't understand why those don't get used. Why do we need even more that cover a bigger range of things that don't necessarily need to be covered? The Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance argues this concept of harm is especially vulnerable to misuse. It notes there is a long history of important social movements being considered disruptive by governments and powerful interests. You know, like there's a lot of things that, over the years have been like deemed unacceptable, and then later we've gone, hey, we look at it now and we go, that was really stupid that we weren't allowed to, I don't know, watch The Clockwork Orange or whatever. In Australia, we weren't allowed to play Carmageddon. It's easy to imagine online campaigns opposing Australian refugee policy, taxation laws, or institutionalised racism being labelled as misinformation, even if they have a factual basis. Institutionalised racism? Oh, opposing institutionalised. Okay. Yes, like if the government doesn't agree and you're going on about their refugee policy, they'll just go, no, that's misinformation. And you're like, you know, like our discussion about Pine Gap and what they're doing out there. And they go, oh, you don't know what they're doing, so that's misinformation. So we'll regulate you. The bill does feature a list of exemptions, including authorised government content, of course. This could include press releases and social media posts, of course. That's all the journalists are allowed to report on these days. They're not actually allowed to go out and investigative report. The government will give you a press release and tell you what the story is. The Victorian Bar posits this exemption creates a double standard that disadvantages critics of government in comparison with the government supporters. There is also the patently false implication that government information can't be incorrect. Right? Like when they told us that masks don't work. Like literally said, no, they don't work. And I'm like, why? You're a doctor and you wear them all the time. What happens now? Despite its faults, the bill is well-intentioned. As Minister for Communications Michelle Rowland rightly says, mis- and disinformation sows divisions within the community, undermines trust and can threaten public health and safety. Bills yet to be debated in Parliament because they haven't and they didn't actually do this bill. Or they might have. I don't know if they introduced it or not, but I know it was closely tied into this social media ban, and maybe I think the social media ban is what came out of it. It's sort of what they've settled on after they sort of put this up and sort of bandied about it a bit to see how people thought of it, and everyone went, what the fuck are you trying to do? And they went, oh, no, we just mean kids. Right? Okay. Should the bill pass into law, it could lead to censorship, endangering the very democracy it purports to defend. Absolutely. There are ways that we can better regulate. So this one's an idea for sort of regulating misinformation and disinformation, which I do kind of agree with. But I certainly think that the algorithms, we've got to somehow make these tech companies have a bit more compassion for humanity. I don't know how we convince the tech companies, the tech gurus to have a bit more compassion for humanity and to pull back their algorithms. But really, that's kind of the solution. Those algorithms, they're terrible. It'd be fine without them. You can browse and go down your rabbit holes, whatever, but the algorithm is making the rabbit hole like sort of cave in on people. So, talking now about the social media ban again. And what have we got over here? What's fake? We're going to look at all these so we can learn more. This is what I believe. Learn about misinformation, disinformation, what it looks like. Okay? I'm older. I find myself more susceptible to AI-generated content than my kids, right? I show things to my kids, and this is the kids that we're trying to block from social media, by the way. I showed my kids things and they'll go, Mum, that's AI. They see it straight away, right? Older people, we didn't grow up with it. We're more susceptible to it, right? We block kids from it. They're going to be like us. They're not going to know what's AI and what's not, so they're going to fall for it even more. Okay, so this is a little 7-minute article. I thought it was really good. I did watch some of it. I didn't watch all of it. This girl that speaks in it is Maggie. She is on 6 News, so you can go check her out on 6 News. She's really awesome. She does political reporting on 6 News. But she also did this for Behind the News, which is an ABC kids news program?
I've grown up in a small little town with really not much of an option for high schools. I've been really scared to talk about being trans. I haven't told anyone at my old school. I don't want to assume, but I do feel like, I'd probably get bullied. It's a small town in Queensland, and so like being at high school, it was really terrifying. I had no one to talk to about that sort of thing.
While Maggie hasn't always felt at home in Biloela in central Queensland, she says there's one thing that's really helped her.
Biloela.
Making connections on social media.
You might feel like you're the only person of 8 billion people who understands what you're going through. And then when you go on the internet, you see one, and then you see a dozen, and then you see hundreds of people who are just like you.
And that's what the internet brings us. It brings us this connection. We can go, let's organise locally, and you find 5 other people that think like you. You're on the internet and you find whole communities of people like you, right?
People who understand you. At the very least, you can be yourself on social media.
Those ones. I'm basic. Oh, cow. I'm so basic.
Maggie's one of many Aussie high schoolers who say that while social media has a negative side, there are a whole lot of positives as well. Especially if you're a young person in a minority who might otherwise feel isolated.
This is a photo from the first time when I went to Cambodia, and I got to meet all of my relatives for the first time.
Wow.
Social media has been really helpful with connecting with my family. It's also terribly expensive to travel overseas, and with social media it's just a lot easier to talk to people that you can't usually see.
Learn 6 words in Khmer.
Social media has also been helping me learn my home language, and it helps me to become more fluent.
Letitia and Maggie both say the federal government's proposed national age restrictions for social media, potentially for teens up to 16 years old, would have a negative impact on their lives and others.
I believe that the ban would distance myself from other family members that I obviously can't see. It just makes communication a lot more difficult, especially since other people don't have certain platforms that makes it harder to reach out to one another.
Well, if social media were to be banned, it would ruin so many people's, honestly, I'd say, lives. Some of these friends that I know in Sydney, they're out as...
Poor trans communities, they are under attack left, right and centre. And really, how many trans people do you know? How many do you know, really? They're seeing trans people behind every corner. Boo! They're not going to hurt you. They're not asking you to convert or nothing. Leave them alone. These poor people, they've just been used as a tool, a cruel tool for so many years now, and just in politics, just to scare people. For what? For what? They just want to be left alone. They just want to hang out with their communities, people that understand them.
Sexual or gay or trans to me, but not to their parents because they're terrified of what would happen. And so cutting off that lifeline for queer kids like me would completely, ruin their ability to be themselves, which is something that is so incredibly important to young people.
Some experts agree that teenagers who will struggle the most with a ban will be those who find connection to things like their sexual identity, cultural heritage, or even just like-minded people online.
There are lots of examples of people basically finding the support, finding the acceptance, finding the community that they need online, and then really that's the thing that has helped them become who they are and solidify their sense of identity, their sense of worth.
Kids subject to abuse also have access to information and communities as well.
In a way that perhaps they weren't immediately able to get face to face. So I think they're the groups that we imagine this will do the most immediate harm to. But there are lots of other groups as well where, the doors...
Sorry, my kitty cat wants to get out. But he's been meowing at me. Sorry. Sorry, I was wondering what he was carrying on about.
Will essentially be closed.
For Maggie, that door closing is also her access to news and politics. Through social media, she ended up joining teen-run news program 6 News as a reporter.
And it's really given me a fascination with politics. I'm hopefully planning to be a politician when I'm older, but we'll have to see where that goes, of course. The constituents decide whether I get that job, not me.
So Maggie, what happens then if there's a social media ban?
Instantly, I lose my job. We're all completely run on social media. We run on every major social media platform.
Letitia says a ban would also impact her ability to learn new things.
I have a terribly busy schedule with school and out-of-school activities, and being able to simply just search up guitar tutorials on social media is just really easy and convenient for me, so I can do it whenever I need to. It's also really expensive for guitar lessons and music lessons in general, so being able to find something quickly off the internet for free is really helpful.
I really do think that we're losing so much and gaining very little. You're not solving the problem, you're just putting it behind something, potentially making it worse because they'll be susceptible when they are on there, when they are finally allowed to go on there.
Many Australians reckon the harms of social media outweigh the benefits for young people and have raised concerns about inappropriate and illegal content, cyberbullying.
Like, there should be more regulation of media. Yeah, and I guess more like what journalists, what professionals are saying, like those are the people that need to be accountable, held to account, like the ACMA, right? They're not doing their job. They go, oh, no, the broadcaster does it. Well, Sky News presents misinformation. Sky News Australia presents misinformation every night, and nothing is done about it. Right? And they want to regulate the voices of the people. They want to allow this other crap to continue, and I don't understand why. It's not in the government's best interest. I guess that if they would go after Sky News, they know they'd be assassinated in the press for it. Like they would actually go after them and slap them with an entertainment label instead of a news label. Whatever. I don't know. Regulating people is not the answer. And we're just talking about who gets to decide on what is misinformation and disinformation.
And social media's impact on mental health and well-being. That includes Federal Communications Minister Michelle Rowland, who I asked about the fears many young people have around a ban.
Social media can have many benefits, particularly for young people who might be isolated for different reasons. But there are real-world harms that also come from social media. This is important work aimed at the protection, not the isolation and not the punishment of young people like you.
But hundreds of Australian academics and experts have signed an open letter against a social media ban, including Professor Lever.
I just don't think it'll achieve much at all, and I think it'll actually do a disservice to young people by blocking them from a space and a resource that is incredibly important to them.
He says removing younger teens doesn't solve enough problems, but may just delay them until they're older. And he reckons it could leave young people with even less understanding of how to safely navigate the world of social media going forward.
I think really the biggest challenge for young people is the real potential of a sea of disinformation. But we're also at a moment with generative AI where the ability to create convincing looking images, video and text is so high compared to the literacy of being able to judge that and understand the context of that. That's tomorrow's problem. Let's address tomorrow's problem and not address an imagined yesterday.
I believe that social media has many different problems, but it's also a really impactful platform. I'd like to see some restrictions, such as content restrictions, just something that would filter out like things that shouldn't be seen on social media.
Really, we need to make sure that cyberbullying and misinformation are threats that we're taught about and educated about in an engaging manner. But I don't think a blanket ban would necessarily be the answer.
Everyone's getting punished because of the assholes, basically.
So it takes away a lot of negatives.
Assholes
Not all
winning
of them,
again.
but
The bullies have bullied everybody, bullied the parents, bullied the government into doing this. The bullies win again.
in the end, it strips away all the positives of social media from people who desperately need it.
Ah. All right. So as I said, like exactly what I was saying. I know. It's just so frustrating. Everyone's all been so frustrating. And now we're like got 4 years of like Donald Trump. And how's that going to impact because of their culture war on and they bring their culture war onto social media, and then that will impact our elections. You know, we could end up leaning right again, and not that Labor are much different, but like, yeah, we get it. So, yeah. So I, like that guy said, you know, we've got to find ways to combat the actual problem. This is definitely one of those ways. It's educating ourselves on how those techniques are used. You know, some of it is about how to sort of discredit activists online. You know, tools that are used to basically discredit people that are doing activism, which is this COINTELPRO technique. Which is techniques that they use to make a person look bad or to bury a topic. So forum sliding's to bury a topic. Consensus cracking is where they make it look like there is an agreement on the topic by bringing in a whole lot of sort of $3.50s, you know, bringing in a whole lot of bots or paid people to come in, and which they made these. So they've made this software. This was back when Julian Assange, when WikiLeaks released their cables in 2010, this software became like we found out about this software, which allows it's a farm. And I'm sure that people probably understand a bot farm of sorts. So you have one person who can have like 20 social media accounts on Twitter, like 20 different profiles on Twitter, for example, and post to all of them, right, using this software, okay, and using these disinformation tools or COINTELPRO tools and stuff. And so they'd use that. And then it would look like 20 people just came in, but it was really only one person who was controlling all these things with this software to make it look like everyone, you know, a lot of people agreed with a certain argument. So consensus cracking, okay, where they make it look like that a lot of people agree with something. Yeah, a fake account posting, but they have actual software which allow, and that was back in 2010. So I can't imagine what it's like now. And now we'd also the software probably has like AI embedded into it so that it can make 20 different comments at the same time. And then you have like a whole warehouse or call center basically sort of thing set up. Pay them all $3.50 each, and they'll post what you like to 20 different accounts, and you got like a whole heap of people doing that to 20 different accounts. Topic dilution, so that's kind of like forum sliding. So it's like where you bring in a whole lot of different resource burn. Yeah, it's forum sliding, it's to sort of push a topic down so that it can't be seen at the top of, like this is back when there were forums, so that it doesn't sort of stay at the top of the forum. So they'd push a forum down by coming and posting crap above it, so that, and activating threads and bringing them to the top of the forum, right? So it's a similar sort of thing. We don't really have forums these days that get used in the same way, so it's kind of, but we still, the same techniques, similar techniques are used, you know, like where they'll comment on that most popular crappy brain rot comment or whatever, and make sure that that gets elevated rather than the comment that has the truth in it, yeah, or is presenting facts. Topic dilution, it's critical and useful technique, cause a resource burn. Continual non-related postings that distract and disrupt trolling. So it's just like, you know, overwhelming the discussion area so that the facts and stuff don't stand out as easily. Information collection. I don't know, psychological level of the forum members and to gather intelligence that can be used against them. So like doxing is, I guess, one, and then you scare people. They don't want to speak out because you might dox them, you know. Anger trolling. Gain full control. Well, what's anger trolling? Statistically, there's always a percentage of the forum posters who are more inclined to violence. So in order to determine who these individuals are, it's a requirement to present an image to the forum. Oh, so they incite people that are inclined to violence, so then that side looks like it's unreasonable. And just getting people riled up so they react. Gaining full control. So getting a moderator position. So if you've got a moderator position at Reddit, you can control what stays on Reddit and what doesn't. And people got really, really angry one year when Spez, I don't know what his name is, that's his username, the CEO of Reddit went and changed some posts, okay? Because he had full control. It's not right thing to do, and people got angry about it. All right. So that's sort of how they attack sort of like activists that might be commenting on the net. But what about disinformation? The first rule and last 5 or 6, depending on the situation, rules are generally not directly within the ability of the traditional disinfo artists to apply. These rules are generally used more directly by those at the leadership, okay, key players or planning level of the criminal conspiracy or conspiracy to cover up. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. Regardless of what you know, don't discuss it. So these ones are more used by the leadership, become incredulous and indignant. This is very much like Donald Trump. Hear no evil, see no evil, but he would see evil everywhere, wouldn't he? But not about him. He certainly became incredulous and indignant, didn't he? Create rumor mongers, just make something up and then set it loose, and the people will use it. Create a straw man, which is where you build up an image of your opponent that's not real. It's just like a stereotype, and then you argue against that person as though they are that. Sidetrack opponents with name calling and ridicule. I mean, he called Kamala all sorts of names, all sorts of names. Primarily called Attack the Messenger. So, yeah, people can look at, I did put the link there so people are able to look at this and learn more and read more into it. Hit and run. So in any public forum, make a brief attack of your opponent or the opponent's position and then scamper off before an answer can be fielded. Or simply ignore the answer. So, yeah. And he'd do that. And then he'd just double down on it. Just pretend that there was no controversy in what he'd said. And you'll experience all these things on the internet. And this is what happens. You've got to go in with good faith from the beginning of a discussion, But if someone's continually demonstrating that they're not willing to learn or engage in good faith, then you have to start, and these are the tools to figure out whether that is the case. Then it's time to back off. Then it's your time to run, right? Not hit and run, but it's your time to sort of go, this person is not worth my time, right? And this is the tools that you use to find out whether that person's worth your time. What are they saying? Or is that politician worth your time? What does he do? It's incredulous, and he's creating rumours. He was, using a straw man. All these things Donald Trump was doing, and I'm sure plenty of it was also used by the Democrats, but these are number one tools that he was using and always has. Right, sidetrack opponents with name calling. So when that sort of thing starts appearing in the comment section against you, you might be on the wrong track, or you've set somebody off and they've started calling you names, right? And I was on here the other day having a big rant, but I didn't call them names in the comments, not to them, right? I was saying it here in anger, but not in the comment to them, right? And when you go into that, you're starting to, and other people are reading it, they're going to get influence, right? And it's to try and make out that they're undesirable in some way. Hit and run, question the motives. Twist or amplify any fact that could be taken and imply that the opponent operates out of a hidden personal agenda or other bias. Yeah, I mean, these are all the tools you need to figure. And it's not just, they did that once, and you go, that person must be a disinformationalist. But if they start using a couple of the tools, you can start going, You start questioning, you start looking at it and go, this person's not providing sources, this person's just creating rumors, this person's calling me names or whatever, and I'm not actually getting anywhere. They're playing dumb. Right, you can invoke authority. It says, but they might invoke authority, as in, the government said this. We saw a journalist a couple of weeks ago that I had I played a clip, and she was talking to a Palestinian an organizer of the Palestinian protests, and she was like, but the government, Chris Minns says that this is happening, the government says this is happening. And it was like, yeah, but you're a journalist. Do you just take what the government says? But there are times when you should invoke authority, like an expert, right? Sure, you're going to get your occasional, people are human, and in all fields there's going to be dodgy humans, yeah? But for the most part, if you can't rely on experts, who are you supposed to rely on? Some jack on the net? No, people that have studied, and we look at science that has grounded in experiments that can be repeated and all of that sort of thing. This is good authority that you can invoke. But when it's just Elon Musk said it, so, it must be true. That's, yeah. Or claim it for yourself. I am this expert, okay? Or they'll play dumb so that you keep providing evidence and you're just bogged down with having this conversation with someone that's just not getting it. They're seemingly not getting it. They're playing dumb. And I've said it before on this channel. Are they being dumb or disingenuous? Yeah, is it disingenuous? Deliberate, right? Is what they're saying this disinformation, not misinformation, but stuff that is they know is false. Well, are they saying it because they know it's false, or are they saying it and it's deliberate to mislead, or are they saying it because they're dumb and they're spreading misinformation? So it seems like misinformation and disinformation can actually be the same thing, depending on the way you present it. Are you dumb or deliberate? Associate opponent charges with old news. Yeah, building up a straw man or digging up people's past so that you can go, they haven't got a valid opinion because of their past. Establish and rely upon fallback positions, and it talks here about using minor matter of element of the facts. So you use a little bit of fact, and then you use that to build a huge story around it that's not true. But you have that element of facts that people can point to and go, look, it's true. I don't know, enigmas have no solution, drawing upon the overall umbrella of events surrounding a crime and the multitude of players and events paint the entire affair as too complex to solve. What does this mean? This causes those otherwise following the matter to begin to lose interest. Making it a really big problem to solve, and so therefore and that's kind of what they're doing with politics. They're making the system very difficult. They're you know, burying people in work and making the system so hard, and also making it hopeless. Like, so we have apathy that's coming out of hopelessness as well. So complexity and hopelessness seems to build this apathy, and the government love apathy because then it just lets them do whatever they want. And the government is built in capitalism, not in making our lives better. All right? Alice in Wonderland logic. I don't know. I think people should go and check it out. Have a read. We can look more at them in another time. I don't want to, it's going to take ages because there's a whole heap of them. But this is what people need to learn. And you learn it by going over it and over it and over it again. And just learning those tools. And then you don't have to know them all, but you know when you're experiencing it. And you can go, hey, and you can start, you go in with good faith. But if the argument continues to just be like, or the debate continues to just be like, just starts feeling crazy, you know that this might be what's being used on you. Okay? And so here's the tools so that everyone can learn about disinformation and misinformation and how it's used. Teach this to kids. I believe that's why it's taught at Purdue University. Because they're not teaching people how to become disinformationalists. They're teaching people about media literacy. They're teaching people about how to not be manipulated by the medicine man. Right? So, I think that might be the last one that I had other than the AI one, which we'll watch in a sec. Okay, a couple of heavier ones, actually, that are kind of some examples of where misinfo has been used. Because, we're going to learn about misinfo by seeing how it gets used as well. So we might do those, and then we'll finish with the one with that little, because this is kind of like a mini doco. So we'll finish with this one. And we'll just have a little look at these ones. So we've got 1, 2, and that's deep fakes. This one? Is that the one that we've... Oh, okay. We've got 2 AI ones. Close that one. Close that one. All right. So why this one? Because we talk a lot here about the Israel-Palestine and the situation in Palestine. That there was some news just before, but I didn't really want to cover Israel and Palestine today. They did bomb Lebanon earlier today, several hours ago. Like, there's been 40 deaths in that, and also they targeted some aid workers again with drones. But anyway, so loose on the net using all the tools, all of those tools in that COINTELPRO disinformation thing, that thing that I've sent you there, the General Person's Guide to Forums, guys. The ADL have been around for a long time. The Anti-Defamation League. This was 4 months ago that Wikipedia declared the ADL generally unreliable and not credible anti-Semitism source. All right, so people should need to be aware of that, and that these people have those big bot farms that I was talking about. Warehouses full of people that are trained to do this. And to sit there and defend Israel and the settlers and their genocide and apartheid of Palestinian people. And they're on the net spreading their lies and misinformation and disinformation. Well, I would say disinformation because they're doing it deliberately. And this Anti-Defamation League's been around for quite a while. And they're all over the world. Like, we have the Anti-Defamation League come in and they talk to our government and go, oh, we're offended by this or that, yeah? And then our government has to act on what the... And there was something else just the other day. I think Kamala or someone, like the Anti-Defamation League, were going off about it. We've got a bunch of, like, corporations listening to the Anti-Defamation League. Okay? 1913. So it's been around for a long time. I want people to be aware that they were declared generally unreliable, not credible anti-Semitism source. Okay? And they have voted to classify the ADL as generally unreliable source on matters concerning Israel, Palestine, and anti-Semitism because they exaggerate and they lie. Right? This decision, reported by the Jewish Telegraph Agency, reflects an overwhelming consensus among Wikipedia editors and adds the ADL to a list of banned sources alongside publications like National Enquirer, Newsmax, TMZ and InfoWars. Though, that's an interesting one because TMZ is actually, like, I do believe they do use it sometimes because when it comes to, like, certain entertainment... So I have created, there's a paint thing in the way, also a reputable sources list that I'm still looking for a way to publish these. I think Substack will allow me to do it. This was for my homeschooling for my kids. So, and it's a thing about reputable sources, news and current events, and sort of a little bit of a rundown to give my kids an idea of some sources that have built up a reputation over time, right? And they still maintain a good reputation. And so because we're in Australia, I gave them a lot of Australian and New Zealand sources and then a whole bunch of world sources that are usually high quality. But I've also given them a lot of caveats in there, you know. So a quality news report should present evidence-based facts of an event or occurrence without bias or opinion. News articles from reputable media outlets can be used as sources for historical events or interviews, and for example, right? So I've listed a whole bunch there. There's also some fact check tools down here. I mean, media bias and fact check, again, you've got that issue where somebody's on the other end. There's another one called Ground News that I'm interested in where they show you sort of both sides of the debate. I'm not a big fan of media bias. I find that they've got their own bias. It's a little bit weird, but, you know, you take all these sources or you take several sources and you check them against each other and you come to a conclusion from that, from lots of reputable sources. You check it and then you check back onto it to see, you know, generally you can go, oh, the Australian Bureau of Statistics is going to be like statistics about the Australian people. It's going to be correct. Yeah, it's going to be the right information. It's coming from the source. Yeah. So I've included a few of those in it. Also, medical publications, like academic journals, which is evidence-based studies and reports written by qualified experts in their field. All right. So you got like JSTOR and PubMed and stuff like that. Nature. You got science journals, medical journals, and things like that. Yeah. And then there's a Wikipedia list of scientific journals. Now, I don't say that Wikipedia is infallible, but Wikipedia is a great starting point. You can get an overview of a subject, but then they have links to the sources, and that's what you want. It's links to the sources. So you can investigate further and see whether in the source it really does say what's written in the article. Wikipedia generally does say what's written in the article, but if it's been sabotaged or something, you have the option to go and check the source. Why is it it's putting two PDFs on the screen for you? I'm not really supposed to do that. It's supposed to be so I can like have this in the background, but then I can't see it. And then I've got like reputable sources that are topic specific. So these are like news sources, and you can build up yourself a library of reputable sources. I've built a little library in my bookmarks of, quality sources that I believe are generally pretty, on the money. They generally tell the truth. They've got a good reputation, right? So generally you can believe what they say. If you start seeing it in a couple of different places where they all have a good reputation, then it's probably true. So websites of museums, public libraries, universities and government websites, corporations, not-for-profit organisations all provide valuable resources. Always consider potential motives or agenda of commentary. Yeah, so you always got to consider the motives, the agenda, right? But we can look at this as kind of like an authority, the finance, Australian Financial Review, Bloomberg. They're going to be their news about finance is going to be pretty sound. The Economist, right? They write about finance. They know finance. Okay, for entertainment, Billboard, Vibe. I've put TMZ. Right, and Rolling Stone is very good, but TMZ I've put, but only under topic specific entertainment. And if you're talking about a celebrity, TMZ will know about it, and they'll probably know about it first, right? And it's usually pretty correct. They can be pretty revolting too. When Liam Payne committed suicide, not long ago, like last week or whatever, they showed a picture of his arm, and to confirm who it was pretty bad taste. They were first with the news. Also, I just do want to note, I haven't listed them, but in news sources, like I hate Murdoch media. I think that they're full of disinformation. But one thing is for sure, and I really don't like the Daily Mail. It's quite inflammatory, exaggerated. It might not be it might not be disinformation straight out, but yeah, it's still Murdoch, yeah. One thing that they do is photos. If Daily Mail are covering a story, look, I think that they're probably involved when Princess Diana died. I don't know about that. That was French paparazzi. But if you're looking for photos of an event, they'll have every angle and every photo that was ever published. They just do fantastic photo essays. Don't read the actual essay part, the bit where they're writing. It's probably wrong. Maybe read the captions of the photos, but the photos themselves, they can provide so many photos. Like, they're just very good at that. But as a source, a reputable source, no, I wouldn't. No, never. Okay? Just like you wouldn't put TMZ as a reputable source about, I don't know, the election or something, right? But they're going to be pretty reputable about their field, what they specialize in, okay? Science, we've got Science Magazine and things like New Science. So different magazines. I've also got CSIRO, which is an actual like scientists group. So you can look at specifically at like go to the websites of like CSIRO and NASA and things like that are, like you can go to all the different NASA missions as well. They all have their own websites. You can look directly at the information. It's science, guys. It's science. We went to the moon. There is stuff. I just can't believe that Buzz Aldrin, who went to the moon, backed the no moon people. We didn't go to the moon people. Anyway, yeah. Right, so science is evidence-based, and it can be repeated, and this is why science has a foundation in reality. Okay, so there's some science suggestions, and we've got National Geographic for history, humanity, culture. So National Geographic, you can go like Archaeology magazine, Smithsonian magazine. For culture, you want to look at like United Nations. Go direct to the source. Yeah, go direct to sources. So reputable sources, we've got archives, portals, and tools. Archives are large repositories of preserved information. They can consist of both primary and secondary sources. Internet Archive and Wayback Machine. Number one on the list, right? It's the entire internet backed up, basically, and just such a brilliant initiative. It's in danger actually of being like, I don't know if they're being fined or something. We can look maybe into that at another time. But I do know that it's facing some hurdles at the moment, but it's an important resource. And it's also a way to like, we used to really use Wayback Machine a lot when people would present a lie. You'd be able to use the Wayback, like they'd change information, say change a story on the website, on a news site, and you'd be able to like go back and actually find the original story and go, hey, you know, what's going on here? So yeah, I think it's an extremely valuable tool. Project Gutenberg is ebooks. They're usually the ones that they're not like copyrighted ebooks. I'm pretty sure it's the stuff that's out of copyright. Trove, which is a National Library of Australia. So like libraries are great archives. So I've got National Archives of Australia, National Archives of UK, Digital Public Library of America, all fantastic resources. WikiLeaks and Cryptomi are on here for archives. Cryptomi is such a massive archive of leaks and what our government's doing, you know, what our governments around the world have been doing. We've got education portals where you can learn different things. Wolfram Alpha, I think, is maths, might do more. Khan Academy, up your skills, people. Whole courses on there. If you didn't finish high school, you can finish it on Khan Academy. You don't need a ticket, but you can get the education. I don't know. They probably also have ticketed courses as well. Open courseware for MIT. You can't afford to go to university, but you can. You can because open courseware from MIT is free. That's right. Open Learn from Open University, it's free. Free university materials and courses and stuff. So, you know, you can educate yourself and learn how these things work. Learn how people do the science that is evidence-based, that, you know, makes something that this is why it's real. Learn why. Go and learn yourself. But learn it here at uni, not from some person on Twitter that's like riffing off bullshit that they made up in their head. And going, believe me, don't believe the experts. Right? Me. No. Okay, we've got Wikimedia, so encyclopedias and dictionaries are the great direct sources, the tools that you can use, you know. Dictionaries are brilliant. It's very important to know the meaning of words. And then I've sort of again. I made this for my kids, to teach them a bit, and so about misinformation, and also just about reputable sources in general. You know, how to look for reputable sources and stuff like that. And I just wanted to give them some personal suggestions of reputable sources that I believed are good sources on the internet today. So these are not ones that are necessarily going to be like official. We've got Philip DeFranco, for example, and Internet Today. Things like that are, you know, YouTube creators, basically, and that's what it says, YouTube creators, but ones that seem to present information, like Phil DeFranco, for example, and Internet Today. They both do like news overviews, but they also provide their sources. They always read from their sources, and they provide the information of what that source is, you know, the title and where they got it from. Okay? Other ones, Crash Course, Infographics Show is really good. They do like, they put statistics into graphics and all different other things. You got Kursat. Some of his stuff sometimes makes me go, oh, he's a bit normie, but, you know, like but as a science thing, where did it go? As a science thing, yeah, he's like, their stuff can be pretty cool. I love that some of their posters. Their space stuff can be pretty cool and stuff. Anton Petrov, when you're looking at like space and sciences, yeah. Anton Petrov, Kyle Hill also does science, SciShow, science experiments. Rebecca Watson also, she does critical thinking, so you can learn about critical thinking and how to evaluate material and have critical thinking. History with Kaylee, so ancient history. Stefan Milo does ancient history. Dr. Karen is a surgeon in the UK, and he teaches a lot about just, you know, health, medicine, health, and he's really good. He literally shows us as he's coming out of surgery. So he's definitely a surgeon. He's definitely a doctor. Healthy Gamer GG. He's really good for mental health. These two fellas are really great role models for men. We need more of these guys to be out there, yeah? Healthy Gamer's really great role model for men and for just, you know, younger people in general, right? How to sort of dig yourself out of that gaming mire, you know, addiction and you know, be a healthy gamer. Marcus Brownlee, who does like tech reviews and stuff. Michael, so I also added some Australian creators that are particularly sort of based in mostly news and stuff. So West Report, I've had his stuff on here before. I don't usually play his stuff because I want people to go and view it themselves, but we have read some of the articles off his website before. Boy, great general education done with that satire. And satire is a fantastic way to sort of make difficult information consumable, and they do a great job of it. I really love Boy. And they also stream on Mondays from 11 till 5, and they on Twitch, and they also put out a video every month, which is usually something quite educational. Yeah. You know, it might be based in history or something, whatever. It's always educational. I think their content is very, it's good. It's great. Again, some great role models that boys need to sort of, we need more of them. Swollen Pickles, an Australian creator, Jordan Shanks. So Swollen Pickles, this is a bit funny actually, because Jordan Shanks, who does Friendly Geordies, and I appreciate Friendly Geordies for his investigative reporting and stuff that he's revealed. He certainly does do actual journalism, going out there and finding stories and actually investigating those stories. But he's also got this like obsession with Labor being fantastic, and if anyone speaks against them, he attacks like somehow the people are, and he's got a very anti-green mentality, which is common of Labor sort of Labor fans, I guess, Labor fanboys, and Jordan is definitely a Labor fanboy, and so while I appreciate that, I also have that in mind when I look at Friendly Geordies. He's been having like these little bitch fights with other left-wing creators who are kind of taking the bait, but then I think they're also going, but I don't really give a shit, Jordan. So I don't know why Jordan's doing that. It's the Annie-Greens thing. So I think he took on Swollen Pickles, Knights and Shining Llama, and the other day he tried to take on a newer creator that's getting big profits, so politics, and so it's a bit funny. So you got to look at the agenda of some of these people, and same with the like Pickles and Shining Llama. I believe that they sort of lean towards the Greens. So what's their agendas? I lean Green. I'm quite open about that, but I vote independent, but I do put Greens quite high on the list. Juice Media, fantastic educational satire. They do honest government ads. Always learn something every time I watch their stuff. Astro Kobe, who does science and general education, they're Australian-specific creators. All right. And then as the final note in the sort of whole lesson around like reputable sources, so I've sort of given the kids a bunch of reputable sources that they can source from. I've also given this caveat. Ultimately, it is important to gather your information on a topic from a wide variety of reliable and reputable sources. Use general resources such as Wikipedia or Media Bias Fact Check to get an idea of the credibility of the source that you're using. While viewing the resource, be aware of the consistencies and inconsistencies, the presentation of the evidence, right? Analysis of different points of view, check qualifications and expertise, and consider the potential motives and agendas of writers or publications. Use all of this information to help guide and build a foundation for your research and opinions. So, there's an example, like I said, Phil DeFranco, Internet Today. They might just be discussing a news overview, but they always give you the sources. They always show you where they got that information from. That's important. Yeah, but what is their agenda? Do they tell you their agenda? Like their agenda's to be creators on YouTube, but and they lean left. They do tell us that, So these are things that you might want to know though, so that you know where their biases lie. Okay, and you use all of that information together, not just go, oh, that person's got a bias, so therefore I'm going to like discredit everything they say. I could have said that about Jordan Shanks. I don't like Labor. I certainly don't like current Labor government, but I still acknowledge that Jordan Shanks is a good creator and that he has some valuable investigative reporting on the internet, I'm not going to discredit him just because he's a Labor fan, right? I use a bunch of other things to evaluate whether Jordan Shanks is, a valuable source. All right, so presentation of evidence, analysis of different point of view, check qualifications and expertise. If you're looking at like, scientists and stuff, consider potential motives and agendas. Or the writers or writers or publications. So, a publication might have an agenda. Sometimes the agenda is just that they've got commercial interests. Often we see Media Watch on ABC and they'll do a story about Channel 7 and Channel 9 doing news stories about Woolies and Coles that are suspiciously more like advertisements, right? And so, there's this hot new thing happening at Coles. And it's like, that is not a news story. That is not news. That is not critical news. That's an advertisement. And so sometimes, we have to look at it and go, is this really what it's presenting itself to be? All right, so how to identify reliable sources. There is a Wikipedia article that will give you more information on how to identify reliable sources, and also a list of reliable sources. And an analysis. This one's actually an analysis. So it's kind of like the media fact check that we talked about earlier, AFP fact check and these fact checking things. Well, this is kind of like gives you a media analysis. So when they show you the resource, why they use a resource, or in the case of ADL, why they banned a resource, right? It will tell you analysis about different sources. You know, this is a reputable source because it is a medical journal or something like that, and they tell you why it is reputable or not. Remember, though, Wikipedia is not considered a reputable source on its own. It provides an overview and a guide to more informations. And then, obviously, because it's for homeschooling, I've gone, now you try, find 3 reputable sources, list their details in the columns below. And then I've given the kids a couple of shows as well that I really enjoy, that I think are quite valuable, that are Australian, from Australian news Australian News Media Organisation, that is our public broadcaster. So Media Watch, which does media critique. I just mentioned Media Watch, where they actually look at media. And that's another way to build up media literacy. You watch shows like Media Watch that critique media, and then you learn about things, the signs, the things that you know, what we see. The Weekly is a great show. Planet America was that was awesome during the election. Fantastic election coverage. And so we're trying to really spread Planet America and make it a big thing in America. A lot of Americans do watch it, and they really appreciate it when they do, because it is like that person from the outside looking in, and we're able to sort of just take that step back and look into it. Foreign Correspondent, they do investigative reports around the world. If You're Listening does little educational docos. I would play them, but I'm sort of, again, even though it's ABC News, I feel like it's a creator that these If You're Listening are sort of something that I want people to go and watch for themselves and give that view to the creator. Q&A is a public forum where you can ask questions, and they'll have a panel of people. Often there's politicians and people, and it's the public asks the questions, and I think you can even ask questions on their live feed, which I don't know whether it's broadcast through Facebook, and it might be through YouTube and stuff, and you can ask questions, and then they can ask those questions live of the panel. And then I've got some science communicators of note, because I do think science is very important. And so a couple of, an older one, my hero, Dr. Carl Sagan. I love Carl Sagan. He is just so, RIP. He's just, he opened my eyes to space and the universe and the wonders of all of that. And I think that he's still a very important science communicator. Professor Brian Cox, I give him, he's my second spot over and above Neil deGrasse Tyson. I really enjoy Professor Brian Cox's ability to make very difficult scientific concepts, put them into layman's term. And there's a really good doco that he did, which was called Night with the Stars, where a bunch of celebrities ask questions, and he explains very, very complex stuff to them and does experiments and stuff and puts it all in layman's terms. So I really recommend people watch that one. I think I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube. Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson also is a good communicator. He did the second Cosmos. Carl Sagan did the original. Neil deGrasse Tyson did the second. I didn't quite find it as... But, that's because I have nostalgia for the first one, I guess. He still does a great job. And on YouTube, you can see him under the Star Talk channel, and it's great. It's really good stuff. Michelle Thaler, Carl Kruznis, I don't know how to say him. He's an Australian scientist. Kruznicki. Okay, and Sabine Hossenfelder, who often has sort of like, she's a doctor and she knows her stuff, but she can sometimes like think about out of the box. That's what I really like about her. She's sometimes like out of the box thinking scientist and will present some ideas sometimes that might not be exactly what the norm, like, so she's not afraid to explore theories. Yeah. I guess before experimentation or whatever, or maybe look at scientific results and go, is this really what's happening? Anyway, she's great as well. So those are some to check out. I am going to try as hard as I can to get something up. I'm still a little bit swamped with like a backlog of work, and so I do believe that this Substack will eventually allow me to put these up. That, and I want to put up like links, things like important links like that Gentle Person's Forum Guide, things like that I'm going to share with the community. Eventually I'll link it down in my description, my channel description, this sort of document repository archive thing. And maybe even it'll be a thing where I can list the links that we cover that day on the stream. Save changes. No, do not save changes. So this is the sort of thing that we see. This is an interesting one. So we're going to now just have a look at and see how it gets used in a practical sense. We're going to look at this one, deepfake, where deceased terrorists are spreading radical propaganda, and a couple of stories on AI. We looked at here, ADL have been declared generally unreliable. So, you know, you got to question stuff that comes out from there. This one is where deceased terrorists.
Nama saya Dr. Azhari. Deceased members of the Al-Qaeda-affiliated Jemaah Islamiyah terror network speak from beyond the grave, thanks to generative artificial intelligence, or AI. Ratusan nyawa hilang karena bom rakitan saya.
So we're definitely going down into the AI rabbit hole now, so that hopefully we can learn how to identify it. I could see some like funny artifacts in it, but I tell you what, kids they figure this stuff out. They see it straight away, right? It's going to be us that are going to get fooled by it. Us Gen Xers are the ones that are going to get really, really fooled by it, right? I mean, it's getting better and might fool everybody, but the kids are more likely to pick it up than us older people because they're used to it. It's like the difference between us watching like a movie that's got CGI and like we can see, like, we used to be able to see the green screening. Yeah, we still can sort of identify that kind of thing. Yeah.
Video uploaded to TikTok shows Azhari Hussein, a Malaysian bomb maker who masterminded a series of attacks in Indonesia, including the 2002 bombings on the resort island of Bali that killed over 200 people. Since its posting in 2023, the video, in which a deepfake Azhari boasts about his deeds, has garnered 120,000 likes. Experts say these videos can be used as recruiting tools.
So you use
That's wild,
extremists
isn't
that
it?
many of us know already.
And see, vulnerable populations that are, you know, I mean, it is a problem. Misinformation and stuff is definitely a problem. That we have vulnerable populations that are susceptible to this sort of stuff, you know. And if we cut kids off from the internet, they'll never pick it up. They'll be lost like us.
Passed away, but many perhaps don't. That can create some sort of a psychological impact, I guess, towards the audience. Either they want to know more about the event and explore what exactly had happened, or they feel like sympathy, right?
Using social media to spread extremist propaganda is nothing new. During its expansion into Iraq and Syria, The Islamic State group used YouTube and instant messaging to recruit and spread its message.
But it got regulated pretty quickly. But like, yes, it did get used to spread its message, and that's part of what they're worried about too. And they don't really want to mention that. Like the Australian government don't want to mention that this is also something they're trying to like circumvent with the new law.
Despite the spread of disinformation and radicalizing propaganda, Indonesia's Information Ministry passed the Electronic Transaction Law in 2008 that criminalized misinformation. The Indonesian government says it took down more than 5,700 posts it said contain elements of terrorism and radicalism between June 2023 and March 2024. But laws like Indonesia's can have free speech implications, says Zachary Lampel, a senior legal advisor at the International Center for Not-for-Profit Law, or ICNL.
Several special rapporteurs from the UN and other regional bodies have very clearly and explicitly stated that an anti-fake news law or prohibiting the spread of false information does not comply with international human rights obligations. It violates freedom of expression.
Lampel says authorities should restrict technology, not speech. He says a California law about the use of bots, software applications that can act human, is a good model.
That prohibits people and organizations from using bots for malicious purposes. So if you're trying to curb the spread of disinformation, you don't want bots to be able to spread that message widely.
But even with new and restrictive laws, experts like Lampel say it will be increasingly difficult to stop the flow of bad information coming from bad actors.
We are going to be constantly inundated with more and more pieces of disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation.
And governments will have to find innovative ways to counter it.
And that is the clue, that innovative ways, just like say, no, you can't access it, is not the innovative way. They're going to have to find better ways to actually deal with the problem. Like I said, the girl that died from the bullying, right? The bullying was the problem, not necessarily the social media. The social media amplified it, absolutely. I guess I'll concede to that. I don't know that it necessarily did. It's just that I guess it does make it more public. It can spread it further. I think definitely things can go further because they're on the internet. We're more connected. So something like that can be more extreme, I guess. I think we're going to lose a lot more. Children are going to lose a lot of literacy. Anyway, this one, the deep fake propaganda used by dictators. So we had terrorists there with some AI. Now we're going to look at dictators. A much lesser example, but like music that was used during the campaign. Both sides of the fence, but people that didn't want their music associated with Donald Trump's campaign in particular, and Donald Trump used it anyway, you know, yeah. So it's another example of your message being used, or in this case, this man's face being used to spread propaganda that you don't necessarily agree with. I could just put my avatar up to talk to you instead, and it can do all the work. Would you do it? Would you do it? There was a job I could have gone for. It was working from home, training an AI, like just writing stuff for the AI so it would learn. Could have taken that job. I didn't. What about this job? Becoming an avatar for an AI.
It's the
They can make you say whatever
COVID
they want.
and lockdown. Work is scarce.
Can I be people in this common struggle,
they sort of-
homeland or death? We shall
They're
overcome.
still, but
That is not all. Their free
they kind of breathe but then they're also kind of still like they can't move.
AI audio avatar also did not appear to have the same safeguards. What if we do Kamala Harris rigged the election in English and download it, and it's US English?
And we saw Elon shared like a completely made up ad of Kamala Harris during the election with her voice and like just saying things that she'd never said, you know, don't call me don't call me a black person or something, don't call me an Indian because I'm gonna say you're racist. It was terrible, and he shared it. Like, I don't even know if he pointed out that it was fake. And a spokesman for Synesthesia said, your personal avatar video does not appear to violate our existing content policies because we respect your right to express your political stance. We sincerely regret the negative personal or professional impact these historical incidents have had on the people you've spoken to. Sounds like their response was written by AI. The Guardian's account was later blocked for political content. Synesthesia has since taken down the free AI audio service with its branding on it after being contacted by The Guardian. The company refused to say how many videos and audio clips have been taken down for breach of its content guidelines and how many times it's blocked a hostile foreign actor from using its product. But it's alright if it's a hostile internal actor. YouTube has taken down the Venezuela propaganda video featuring Dan Dewhurst, but it remains online on Facebook. Like, you can't. That's what I'm saying. Once you do something on the internet, like that guy like made an AI of himself, it's on the internet, you're never going to get rid of it. That's it. It's done. You're done. I've said it before, you post on the internet, you know, think to yourself, this is like I'm just posting a huge billboard. It's there forever. Even if you delete it, it is still there. Right? In behind the scenes, they can still find what you posted. All right, last one. Make sure it's the last one. It is the last one. And I found the playlist for the retro focus. I was thinking there's a couple of the ones that are a bit longer, and that sometimes during streams perhaps we could like watch them sort of like movie night, but not actually movie night, and just like sit there and watch like ABC retro focus, like all the groovy opinions that they had in like the 60s and stuff. Oops. All right. So last one is digital forensic reporter breaks down how to spot AI generated people. So let's hope this helps us. All these images are AI generated except for Kevin. Okay, yes. That's AI. Could have sworn he walked around in that puffy jacket.
I cried my heart out.
It's Mark Zuckerberg.
Hi, I'm Kevin Nguyen.
Kevin Nguyen is an investigative journalist and digital forensics reporter with ABC News Verify.
Today, I'm going to be walking you through the tools and techniques that I use to identify and debunk AI images. We're going to start really easy, then we're going to get complicated. Some of these examples I've seen, others I haven't, so let's start.
Physical
So in this video,
malformation.
her fingers are flying all over the place. At one point, it either bends like a snake or it comes off her hand completely. If this was to happen in real life, someone has been horribly injured. AI is very good at generating images
You got to capture that in the moment
of things that it has been exposed to.
to even
Hands
know
aren't
that I need to look deeper into this, this video.
one of them. It's not that there isn't enough photos of hands, it's just that hands are so
acting weird.
different, so inherently complex compared to other parts of the human anatomy. Let's take a step back. An AI is not a person. It is kind of like a probability calculator. AI doesn't inherently know what a car is. Instead, you're showing it images of cars, labeling it as a car, And then over time, the AI would recognize that cars tend to have 4 wheels, a steering wheel, an engine. They tend to be driving on roads. And as that data becomes more diverse, it'll be able to tell the difference between vans and dune buggies. AI is trained with images of people in the same way. So because hands have an inherently complex structure, from your fingers to your knuckles and your joints and your fingernails, and because they can appear in so many different configurations.
What do you mean by configurations?
Well, you can see your hand from front on, jazz hands and spirit fingers, back, front, knuckles, fist bump, high five, slapping, clapping, gripping, whatever this thing is. It's not as uniform or as straightforward as, say, someone's face, which is...
The same can be said, though, for feet, even though they're not quite as versatile as that. I've seen some videos, some AI of like diving and feet and stuff, and the AI can't do feet either. Feet and hands are pretty hard for artists too, so makes sense that AI's taken a bit of time to learn it as well.
Eyes tend to appear here, your nose is here, your mouth is here.
Pina coladas, baby.
The human brain has been developed to kind of recognize even the most minor mistakes in the human anatomy. So when there are errors or misalignments or kind of discrepancies, they tend to be much more conspicuous. Other things that are really challenging to generate are ears, teeth, elbows, toes.
You know, a few too many steps away from nature.
They all kind of suffer the same restraints on data availability. The next step would be to conduct a contextual analysis. Sometimes you got to ask the absurd questions, like, can a baby be doing a runway walk with penguins or ride a white tiger? But I hope I don't have to explain that one too much. In this image here, the tents are being held up without much support. The shadows being cast by the people don't match. And the strap on his phone is way too long and...
Okay, that's all well and good, but how do you notice that on the fly? You know, I guess you've got to spend a bit more time looking at an image and going, is this real, before just sort of scrolling past, perhaps? I don't know. Like, because when you look at things like that, you just kind of, you're not, I guess, like, yeah, the reason that these work is because our brain fills in gaps. And so you've got to look at the image a bit longer than just sort of scrolling past to recognize that there is a problem with the image in the first place, that you need to look deeper.
Impractical. This man has sleeves but is bare-chested, which would be an absolutely iconic fashion choice if it was real. Often, if you look in the background as well, you might see things like traffic signs being in the middle of the road or being way taller than they actually should be. Buttons might be in the wrong places on the person's jacket. You notice things like light fixtures don't connect to anything. So in summary, an image or video should obey the laws of physics. Few AI-generated videos have made me mad.
Why?
Someone told me that this was fake and sent it to me, and I thought that I was being stitched up. There's a few reasons that this is so genuine looking. In particular, the movement is quite naturalistic. That's actually the way people move when they're doing a TED Talk. And I'm assuming that's what the data was trained off. The problem with this is that it's a video. Our brains are really, really lazy. We tend to only really focus on details that are important. So we don't take all that sensory information in at once. What ends up happening is the brain tends to fill in the gaps and take shortcuts. So I would introduce a circuit breaker. I've split this 10-second video into 315 frames using a program called FFmpeg. It's free, it's open source, it's a simple command line. Looking at things this way,
to do as you're just like scrolling down TikTok.
Become a lot more pronounced. The skin stretches and floats off the face. It's overly smooth. For about 10 frames here, you could see that her fingernails are backwards. When you look at it more carefully, you notice that her tongue doesn't move in her mouth, and her nostrils don't really move either. Where the left forearm meets the biceps, there's no skin folds. And if you were to get really creepy about it and take a look at her teeth, you'll notice that they change size ever so slightly. So in summary, zoom in and slow it down.
Zoom in and slow it down.
Of all the different kinds of AI generation out there, I think the most dangerous one is...
see. So you don't have to use FFmpeg. You can just like play it. If you're sus, you know, it's some wacky image of someone else's opponent, like Kamala or whatever, yeah? Like the Kamala and Trump debate thing, and you could slow it right down using your playback speed tools.
Face swap.
I'm just as real as you and me.
Oh my gosh. Like that. Oh my God.
And it has such a chilling effect on democracy, on trust, on privacy, on women's safety, on our sense of self and our sense of reality. We more commonly refer to this as deepfakes. So if you've ever used a face filter on
And that's
your Snapchat,
the stuff I like, is the stuff that where they've turned AI on the politicians. I love that. I love that. Because we're going to get subject to it. They're going to like make sure that we suffer from it. But I love that people have turned it onto the politicians. You know, turn it on the people in charge. I really do. I don't agree with what they did to Taylor. I don't think it needs to be that sort of thing. But like, you know, some of the stuff that they've done with politicians has been quite funny. I don't think it should be like compromising in that way, like literally sexual harassment. No, I think that some of the stuff, like I've talked about the Door brothers and stuff like that, they're really, I think that's cool to turn it on the lawmakers and see if they can solve the problem. It's, you know, they might get desperate enough eventually to solve the issue properly. No, they'll probably just take everything away like they usually do.
Instagram or TikTok, you've used some level of deepfake technology. So face swaps require a source and a target. So the face you want to put in and the face that you want to take out. For the source, you would ideally have images from different lighting, angles, expressions. Where the AI comes in is that it tries to predict what that face would look like under different conditions. And it's in the process of this alignment that you begin to find all the errors. The kind of visual inspections that I might conduct are blending and edge analysis, blink analysis, error level analysis, speed analysis, and a luminance gradient analysis. So luminance is about lighting. It's about brightness. So when you take one face and then put it in a different environment, sometimes the reflections or the direction of the light or even the intensity of the light will change. Area level analysis is about looking at pixel distribution and value. If you imagine a picture or a photo as a puzzle piece, when you break it up into all those pieces, you should be able to put it back together and it should look the same. But if in that process you swap out a few pieces or you remove some, when you put it back together, you'll notice that it doesn't retain the same shape or looks different. An error level analysis is about being able to find where those changes are. Something a bit more specific to modern AI is speed. In particular, how fast we talk. AI doesn't know what words are, per se.
I adore movie theaters, but I'm not a movie buff.
When AI is trying to produce videos of people talking,
I felt scared. I felt angry at the world.
Good. They've just memorized the shape of their mouth and their lips when they say a specific word.
I trained that no one was real.
And sometimes the speed of that doesn't match how their mouth should be moving.
Maybe I'm just crazy.
Hopefully you have a few more tools and techniques up the sleeve to spot AI. And if you want to know more, we're going to do more of these videos. So please subscribe.
That's pretty cool. Oops, that's pretty cool. I liked that. I provided the link there in the chat. If anyone wants to watch it, maybe put it in their own archive, because he did provide a few, like a list of things that could possibly be explored further. That people might, blending and edge analysis, speed analysis, so all these different things people might want to remind themselves of those tools. Okay, that's it. That's it. We've done the news. We haven't got much time left. I'm going to do a couple of American Truck Simulators. Okay. So, I don't know how much you can see of the screen. 4 of 13 on the Halloween. We've done Cruising Arkansas, so now it's just 4 of 13 on the Halloween that I've done. So I'm going to do a few of those. I do want to finish at 10 o'clock. I have got, which is in an hour. So it took us a while to get through all of that, but I've really wanted to do that misinfo session for a while. I knew that this social media ban was coming. I don't think that we're going to be able to stop it. But I wanted people to understand the implications of it and other ways that we can solve the problem, which is becoming more informed, at least for ourselves, becoming more informed about what misinformation and disinformation looks like, what AI tools do, things like that, so that we can be more informed about how to at least try to track down the facts of a topic or whatever, what we're looking at. So, we are now going to play some American Truck Simulator. It's time to change the title. I don't really need to change the title. We'll change it a little so that we can also change the category. And we can also take the content label off. I think that it will put that content label on the entire video, but I think it may open up the stream to all ages now. That if I remove it and just we're going into gaming now, so hopefully it removes that restriction from people that want to join us without the content warning. All right. I've been sitting here for a while. I really would like to make a drink. I'm hoping that the painting is working properly. We had some issues with it yesterday, so if people want to test it, I'm going to put it on the pause scene, go to the bathroom, make myself a coffee, and then we're going to get right into some American Truck Simulator. Oh, gorgeous. It's working. It's working. I love it. I talked to the developer of it today. Well, like comments, text, and talked about the couple of problems that we had with it. Yes, in yesterday's stream, afterwards, because it just wasn't putting the colors up at all, wasn't doing anything. So I got him to give me some hints as to how to fix it, and he's also going to look into the problem where it was making the chat pop every time people spoke. So he's going to look into that, and he'll push an update when that, if there is a problem there. It might be something on my end. I don't know. It might be something that I couldn't figure it out. All right. I'm going to put the pause scene up and load up my ATS while I go and make a coffee. Okay, and I am back. The question of whether the canvas is going to continue to work while I play ATS is another question that we have. So, because there's like a rendering issue sometimes that occurs, well, that can occur apparently if it's not like if a game is sort of in focus. So we'll see how we go. Hopefully it will still let you paint on canvas. Okay, so I'm finishing at 10 definitely, so that's in 1 hour. Let's get some Halloween treats delivered. I'm keen. It's been a big week. That was a big week of news, and what we did was 2 stories. We literally did 2. No, there was a couple of Australian stories, but they were kind of all around the same sort of thing. So, you know, all that news for the week, and I had all that Fortnite ranked stuff that I did, like, to get to diamonds. So I'm really keen. We did a couple of short runs yesterday, but I had to finish sort of earlier than I was expecting because I wanted to go to gardening, and I did go to gardening. I did go to gardening this morning. Yeah, managed to get the younger ones to come too. What has happened? Currently missing. No, it's not. It's here. Okay. And so we went down and we did some wonderful gardening. And so I'm going to be able to finish a nice video for the gardening people, as talked about yesterday. I like to make them a video so that they can see the progress that we make. And yeah, I've been working pretty hard too, like during the week. I was doing like, I made a video for my parents, like I basically put together our entire year last year, not this year, into a video for my parents. That took quite a while. Oh my, no, we're not going to do that. I can't drive for 2 hours here. That's where I drove last time? No, it's not. Oh, I've never been there. That one's an option. Can you see that one? You can't. It's like $66 a mile. Halloween to Waco, Texas. That's not very far, is it? We want something a little more. We want sort of something in the middle of... Mind you, it goes through an area that I haven't been yet. I swear that's going to take ages. Something in between. Not too far, not too close. I mean, I guess. And it passes through 2 towns I haven't been to. 419 miles. We've done that before. It takes like 30 minutes or so. Whoa. Wow. I would love to take that trip one day. Something like that. We just do like a cross country, like a lazy weekend. And I just drive, well, I drive from one side of the country to the middle. Because I haven't finished the whole thing yet. That's wild. I think I'll take this one. I'm prepared. This is my choice. I don't know. I might need to sleep. Chocolate, important. Energy. So I've had a very busy week. Did the video. I did a lot of practicing for busking, and I do think that I'm going to be able to connect My little amplifier. What's going on here? Oh, it's doing its usual ATS stutter. Oh yeah? Don't need to sleep.
Let's do this.
All right, let's do it, Granny. Might need to turn it down. I wonder if this... I hope that my speaker hasn't been too loud and causing like echo or anything for the stream. Oh, wait a minute. One thing, very essential. Is that the... Yep. Just take me back out to here. Alright. Oh. What about those garbage bins? Can I get out? Yeah, I can. Let's go. Oh, this is lovely. Lovely, relaxing drive. There's some places that we haven't been before. I've never been to these towns that I've accepted, so get to open up a bit of the map and explore a little. I need to get into the slow lane.
Keep left, and then turn left.
Oh, well, I guess I should have stayed in the left.
Turn left.
Oh. 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 Did I not have my blinker? I thought I put my blinker.
Keep left, and
Oh,
then
slow
turn
down,
left.
slow down. Granny's gonna get angry. Ooh. Good evening, horror.
Turn left.
I finally made it to the gaming after 4 hours or something of news. Hope you had a good day. Went and did some lovely gardening this morning after
Caution! Watch your
I
speed.
slept for, oh no, I didn't get to bed till like 4 o'clock or something. No, 2 o'clock I
straight
got
up.
like 4 hours
That's right.
sleep or something. And, but I dragged
Keep
myself
right,
up
and then turn
to go
right.
down there. And it's a beautiful day. I love this
right.
time of year. We actually get to experience a real spring here where we live. And it's just the most beautiful weather. And it's good for you too. Good for your mental health, good for your body. Get out there, and good for the park. We got a lot of weeds up, a thing called sticky weed, which is just shit. It's really easy to get out, but it's really abundant and it sticks all over you, hence the name sticky weed. And like if you can get it before it goes to seed, it's not too bad, and it just kind of itches, and you can pull it out really easy. And we had started doing that, but the park's massive, yeah. And we had started doing that in one area, and then we stopped and went to another area to do something else. And then we just went back today to finish the original area of the sticky weed, and so much of it had grown back, but it had gone to seed, and the little seeds stick to you, and then you're transporting them all over the place because they're stuck to... This might be TMI, but they were in my underwear. There was little sticky weeds seeds in my underwear. I was right in the thick of the weeds, though.
Oh, Lord, watch your speed.
I was in the thick of the weeds and I pulled a lot out, and so I was getting right into it, and I certainly got a good
and then
workout
exit right.
this morning, but I've come home and
Exit right.
taken off all the gardening gear, you know, and get into my day gear, have a bit of shower and stuff, and oh my gosh. Sticky weed seeds. I have to get there's a little tiny bit left in my own garden that I have to attack. I managed to get quite a bit out of. So just a couple of weeks, and it's a huge it's made a huge difference to the problem, because now that weed has gone to seed, they say, this is the saying, it goes 1 year seeding, 7 years weeding.
Oh, Jesus, take
and
the
I've been
wheel.
trying
What the hell you driving?
in
You're
my own
speeding.
yard and stuff to
Keep right and then exit
to
right.
sort of get to the weeds before they go to seed, and I've been doing pretty well at
Exit
that.
right.
Exit right, yep. Been doing pretty well at that, but there's a couple of spots that I've missed, but that means that those tiny areas are going to be badly impacted because the weeds have gone to seed there. But I'm going to probably get in there this weekend on those ones.
Watch your speed.
We've got an inspection coming, which is also incredibly stressful. I hate inspections. So it's sort of past trauma thing as well, so it's kind of triggering for me. I just hate the uncertainty and like being sort of judged like that,
and then
just
exit
living
right.
your life. And we pass. We've been here for quite a few years,
right.
and we pass, but I just don't like it, and it always puts me on edge.
Keep
and
left.
I'll be.
And then turn
I'm glad
left.
that they gave us a month this time instead of 2 weeks they normally give us to prepare. So they gave us a month, which was good, but I just. Oof. But yeah, can catch up on do some really deep cleaning this time, I feel. But getting into the gardening and stuff, cleaning up the weeds for that, especially as well, the inspection. But I like gardening, so I don't mind that part of it. I hate wisteria. People next door, and I may have talked about this on stream before, the neighbours. Wait, that was not a... What did I do wrong? They have this like wisteria, and for years, like I've been battling this wisteria that just wants to grow into my ceiling and grow all over my shed and destroy all my trees. Like my landlord had to pull whole trees out because the wisteria had just destroyed them. And these were native trees that had been overcome by wisteria, and it's just it's terrible. And they don't control it, and the landlord next door does not control it, even though.
And then turn left.
I'd complained, my real estate had complained, my landlord had complained, everyone had complained, and he just would do nothing. One day I was out there and I was like cutting back the wisteria in the front yard, because this thing's spread, like it's just massive, it's gigantic. And so I'm in the front yard clearing it up while he was there mowing the lawn for his tenants.
Safe and sound
And he didn't even offer. I'm like cutting it back and pushing it over to his side of the fence, and he could see that it was his plant, and he just didn't even offer to take it away or help or in any way. Eventually, I think they sold it recently, and so they brought in someone to come and remove it, and this guy came in and he was there for I don't know, he came in every day for like a week or two. And eventually he's come over and he said, listen, can I get into, where is this plant? And I said, well, it's not in here. It's over there. But it grows into here. And he's like, I'm trying to sort of find the source. And because he wanted to like dig the wisteria out. Anyway, he clears as much wisteria away, leaves a massive pile of wisteria in my backyard. They come and they cleared some of it away, some of the mess that they'd made in my yard, but they also left some in my yard, so I was like, had to do it as well.
Time to hit the road. Don't you get no crumbs on my
But he
back
never actually sourced the wisteria itself, and it's bloody started to grow again. Right, so obviously I'm pretty sure the landlord sold it, so he sold it. He's managed to pull back the wisteria as far as it can in order to sell the property, and maybe he didn't. I don't know. I didn't see a for sale sign that I recall, but I swear he sold it to these people because they've done a lot of they're doing renovating and everything. Never found the source of the wisteria, but it's right there and it's just gonna come back. And it's just started growing again. It's like crawling all up near my kitchen, gonna get into my ceiling, so I'm gonna have to get out there and start doing it again, pulling it all back. They need to get the tree guy to come and actually take the wisteria away. He couldn't identify the wisteria. Like its source. I'm so pissed because it started growing. I thought it was over. I thought, yay! Never again. This wisteria problem is solved. Yay! I was so happy. And then I looked out the window a couple of days ago and I went, that's wisteria. Shit. Oh my God, it's starting to climb up the poles and stuff because I've got like a sort of shading thing over the side garden.
And then turn right.
And it's already started to climb up there. And once it gets up into the poles and it twists itself around the poles and it gets up onto my ceiling and then it tries to get into the ceiling. And so I have to stop it from doing that. Otherwise, I've got to call the landlord. And it would seem like I'm not maintaining it. So it's kind of has become my job because I have to maintain the property. And meantime, the people next door or the landlord, I don't know if it's the landlord or whatever, they ignore their wisteria, but it's my problem. I'm very sad and pissed off about that situation, as you can probably guess. I'm glad I got to rant. Might need a content warning for the sensitive issues. It does suck. It's so destructive. I reckon it should be banned in Australia. Really should be. It's a weed. It works like a weed. There's another one near the park and someone's just let it grow and it's taken over this entire like fence on a house, it's a couple of houses actually. But it's also like worked its way up a massive gum tree, like a huge gum tree. It's just going to kill it. It's just going to kill it in the end. I looked it up in the book and it said like it grows 3 meters high. Prune. No, they don't grow 3 meters high. They're a giant vine that just grows and grows and grows, and then they spawn. They spawn in places and start growing there. It's just terrible stuff. It looks beautiful. It is very pretty when it's all out and the flowers are out and everything. Messy when it drops all its flowers at the end. It's very pretty though, but they just look ugly to me. Magnolias are really messy too, but they don't spread or anything. They're a beautiful plant, magnolias, but they don't last long enough for the mess they create, that's for sure. They just like drop all their flowers. They have these gorgeous flowers, magnolias. They come out, and we've got this absolutely spectacular one. Comes out, beautiful colours. Makes people come in off the street, and like some tree guy wanted to buy cuttings off it and things like that. And flowers last 2 weeks tops, and then they all fall off and the tree just goes bare, and then I got to rake it all up. But that's all it does. It just drops the leaves. It's not like the wisteria where it's literally destroying things. And covers itself up by looking pretty. It's not pretty. Deception. I don't understand why people put plants like that in anyway, when you could put in something like a passion fruit vine instead. If you want to put in a vine, put in something that you can eat. It's gonna be like that, and it's gonna like just grow all over the place. Make it practical. Put in like grapes or something. I think more food plants should be planted anyway. We need to part of fixing the climate, they reckon we have to plant 1 trillion trees. And I reckon a great majority of them should be food trees. But even just like along the streets for people to just like, why are the trees that the council put in along the street, why aren't they food trees, or at least more food trees, so that homeless people and poor people and stuff could have like access to like literal food just there on the street? Society could have like just access to food. We don't do it because the corporations probably like say, no, don't do that. We won't be able to sell our apples, you know? But in reality, they could still sell their pristine apples, but we could have some food also available on the street. You know, mulberry bushes. Could you imagine big mulberry trees in every park? You know, just one. Just so that people have somewhere that they can go and, if they need it, you know? I think it would be extremely beneficial to our society.
Now keep left there.
Left? I am left. I see what she wants. So just go straight ahead, she means. And what else did I do this week? So I did the family video for my mum and dad. And finally send that off with their Christmas present. She's going to be so stoked when she sees it. It's the first time I've ever made a video. I put music to it and everything, and put a whole lot of photos and put little video clips that we'd taken through the year and stuff like that. Put that all together for her. So she can, because we haven't seen them since before the pandemic. They came and visited us the year before the pandemic, and we haven't seen them since. Because they live a fair way away, and they're quite old, obviously, now. And my mum's 72 or something. My dad's like 80, 81 or something. And I'm pretty sure they're novids as well. I don't know if I've said it before. We're novids, my entire family. Not my oldest daughter, because she had to work. And she was not really able to do, like, she did some work from home, but a lot of her work is in the field. So she did eventually catch it. But she doesn't live with us. So everybody that lives here in this house, none of us have ever had COVID. And my parents have never had COVID either. My mum used to be a nurse, so I'm not surprised. And that was also my thing. I was like watching this thing go down, and I went, that just doesn't look right. I think we should, pay attention to this thing and just prepare in case. And it was just kind of my mum's nursing thing that made me just keep my eye on it. And then I guess the thing that really set it in for me, like I saw them shut down China and I went, you don't do that unless it's serious. But when I saw those nurses in Italy responding to when it hit Italy, that just devastated me. I was just so, it was terrible to see them struggle like that. And, the amazing work our health workers do. We put our lives in their hands. And it takes very special people to become like health workers and, special needs teachers, fire and rescue work and stuff like that, ambulance workers. It takes a very special sort of compassionate person, a lot of patience as well. My mum was she was a matron and so it's funny to sort of say that because she was a very staunch woman, very practical woman. But, she had the fortitude, I guess, for it. She used to come home and tell us some horrific tales about what she'd experienced as a nurse. And she didn't work during COVID though. She had retired by then. And they were trying to bring her back, but she refused. She also hadn't worked for a while, so. And she didn't want to get in there during a pandemic. There was a lot of feigned sort of respect for the healthcare workers. Like in the UK, they'd all go out and clap, but there was no real other means to help them out, raising their wages or anything. Here in Australia, the teachers, the nurses, they all ended up going on strike in the end, like after COVID, because they were promised wage rises and it never came about. And they were just ignored in the end after they became such valuable assets and everything. They were just discarded in the end. So yeah, anyway, I'm going to get to see my mum though at the end of this year, but I'm sending her off this video. She's going to love it. She'll get to see, and we took a time lapse last Christmas of us opening our gifts so that she could like experience that, because she hasn't been able to experience the Christmases with us or anything like that, not just because of COVID, but even in the past because of our life. And we were sort of estranged from them because of our life. And we've reconnected in recent years, but they haven't really had a Christmas with us or anything. But she sends gifts, and so we took this time lapse of us doing that so that they could feel sort of connected to that. And also, yeah, like I said, I put together like a family video. I might do it again next year. I've better arranged or like organised all the stuff so that I could make another video if I... It took a bit of work, fair bit of work though. But I feel it's a good way to connect, and it's also a nice present, like what do you give people that have already sort of got everything or don't really need anything? I don't really know what they want. They make a lot more money than me, or they have a lot more money than me. They don't make money anymore, but so I don't know what I could buy them that of value that they would want or need. So giving them something like that is something that I can give them that you can't buy, I guess. I'd sort of got the idea because so at the end of the year I do a thing called Christmas wrapping. I do Christmas wrapping for the local animal shelter, dog and cat rescue, and to raise money for the shelter. The shopping centre allows us to have the shopping centre sort of sponsors us to do like Christmas wrapping. So they provide all the paper and the ribbons and everything, and then we get to keep all the donations. Well, not we, the shelter, the animal shelter gets to keep all the donations. And so yeah, we do that. That's pretty fun. I don't know what the point was that I was going to make. I'm sure I'll remember. I'm a bit scatterbrained tonight. Keep forgetting certain things. What is going... Okay.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
It's very cool. I don't think I've been here. Haven't. Do I need to sleep?
Okay, let's find a new route.
Okay, use the following key to stop the engine and rest. Bit dark. Rest again so that we get some daytime. This was the way I had to go. Show me the map. What are you doing? Alright. Highway maintenance is going to let me out. Beautiful. Thanks, mate. I'm going to get to see my mum when I go to Melbourne in December, but not for Christmas. It'll be the first time I will have seen her since before COVID. Thanks for following, Shiny Nose. Thanks for being here too. Yeah, it will be nice, and I've even booked into a nice hotel for me and my son. My son's coming down with me. We're going to go and party. And I was only supposed to go down for a day trip, and I was like, yeah, Mum, okay, I'll just make it a day trip. And I went, I can't be bothered doing that. Like, that's a lot of effort. Going to make something of it. So I invited my son, because our last trip to Melbourne was a blowout. It didn't go down as planned. Everyone got sick, not me, but all the kids got sick, so they couldn't do what they planned. So I thought, oh well, I'll drag my son along, and we're going to go, like, I don't know, maybe to a comedy club or something. Or there's a place called Fortress where you can, like, it's like a gaming bar. Yeah, you can play computer games. You can play board games. I don't know. I think it's got pinballs as well. Oops. Nearly crashed into this dude beside me.
Go straight on. That's right.
And it's, you know, it's a gaming bar. So we're thinking about going there,
And
perhaps.
then turn left.
But yeah, I'll go down, I'll visit Mum for a day. Like, I'll spend a day with her and then also
Turn left.
spend a day with my son doing stuff. Or at night, go to a comedy club. Would like to go to a comedy club. I love comedy. I love stand-up. I find that it's hard to get good stand-up, especially these days, for whatever reason.
Go straight on.
Comedy
That's
has
right.
been severely nerfed, I guess, over the years. It's harder to do comedy in the environment, you know, the cultural environment, I guess, that the world has found itself in. But I still very much
straight on.
enjoy it when
That's
you
right.
get a good one. That's for sure. Speed limit went up, yeah. Yeah, I hope it'll be nice. It's also like, it's summertime and I've never been down there in summertime, and there's a beach. Like, you have to, it's a little bit, like, I have to get on a tram. There's a beach down there, and from what I've seen in videos, it's pretty nice. I love Melbourne. I'm a Melbourne fan. I'm only new to the state, but I'm a dedicated Victorian. These all look like they could have some secret roads. One of those roads where I'm going to look at every side road and go, that's a secret road, that's a secret road, that's a secret road. It's got to be one along here. What are they growing over there? Cotton. Could it be cotton? Where am I? Texas? Still in Texas? It's cotton. The cotton all over the road. That's a cool touch.
Go straight on. That's right.
We grow cotton up. We used to, like, my parents used to drive us up to Queensland, so we'd go on a like road trip every Christmas. Massive road trip. Drive from Sydney all the way up into Queensland and back again. And one of the towns that we went to called Toowoomba.
Watch your speed.
On the way there, you pass heaps of cotton fields
straight on.
and also sunflowers. Beautiful sunflower
Lord,
fields.
watch your speed.
I'm trying to slow down, Granny. I am trying to slow down. Sorry. I ignored you the first time, I know. Why do they get to go through the light? It's not even like got an arrow. Why did they get, I hope they got a fine, like I get fines all the time. So Texas is like Queensland, both in climate and in culture, it would seem. Sorry. We do compare Queensland to Texas quite often here in Australia. It is Australia's Texas. And they even do like the secession thing where they want to secede from the country. Sometimes they get all antsy and go, we want to secede from the country. Western Australia started doing it too during COVID. But yeah. They were forced, as far as I know, to be part of the Federation in the end. They sort of conceded, like, begrudgingly. And so they still kind of hold a bit of, like, oh, we don't really want to be part of this Australia thing. is this? Hobbs NM. What are you doing, bro? Oh, a bit lag. I told him. All right, let's go. Hey, that's a secret road, maybe? Driveway? Secret driveway? Oh, this lo-fi's got a bit of a, like, Asian sort of feel to it, like a Japanese, whatever that guitar instrument. Something. Is it guitar that they... I think I'm thinking of a sitar, which is Indian. No, Asians have a type of, like, guitar, and it's tuned differently. It's tuned to that scale, that cool scale that they have. And that's why it's got a different sound. That's why it's so distinct, because it actually uses a different musical scale to the one that, like, we sort of use in the West. I only partially know music theory. I'm very impatient. I did do music at school. I did Unit 3 music, in fact, which is the hardest one. Like, that's kind of like advanced music. So I did do it, but I'm only sort of partially took in the theory. And I never really learnt any instruments. It wasn't till later on in life that I kind of decided to... Well, basically in the pandemic that I picked up the guitar seriously and really learnt to play it. I had played it a bit before then though. So I wasn't sort of starting from scratch, but I hadn't played for 20 years or something when I did pick it up. But for me it seemed a lot easier to pick up a guitar and learn to play from scratch than drawing in a way. I don't know. I learn drawing, and then if you don't do it for a while, it's harder to it's not like riding a bike. Whereas I found the guitar, I still remembered like the chords. I wasn't terribly good at playing them and holding them down, but I remembered the open chords that I'd learnt when I was younger. I didn't know anything about like bar chords or anything, so those I have certainly learnt since then. But when I picked the guitar up again after 20 years, in a way, the knowledge of the chords were there still, like riding a bike, if that makes sense. Just the technique wasn't so much there. Whereas with art, I lose the technique, I lose everything, every aspect, portion, everything. It's like starting completely fresh. There's nothing that stays. You can picture the picture in your head that you want to produce, but being able to actually produce it, no. Not if you haven't drawn for 20 years. And so I do that, and I learn, like a few years ago, I went back to uni and started doing an art course, ended up homeless, so I couldn't finish it. Isn't that wonderful? But as part of it, there was art, and I had started getting better again, like as I had been when I was younger. I was never a fantastic artist. I was kind of pretty average, but I could draw. And then I couldn't draw at all once I started again in uni. It's probably 8 years ago. And I had started getting it all up, getting the feel for it again. It did take a while and, you know, really studying hard for uni to do it. Doing all the exercises and I was slowly getting better, but having stopped again, like, because I ended up homeless and various other things that happened along the way, I stopped. And picking up the pencil again, it was just like, no, I just can't be bothered learning it all again. Same for you. You always knew the E chord or the A chord, even if you didn't know the names. Yeah. Exactly. And even, I learnt the solo for Guns N' Roses' Patience, and I can still play that. Like, I can literally play the solo on the guitar. I can play it. I don't know why it's sunk in, whereas I go to draw a face. I'm such a bad artist these days. Like, I'm very good at putting elements together. I'm a very good graphic designer. I can work with other people's art successfully, but drawing my own these days, no. I'm very jealous of my kids and their incredible art abilities. I'm glad that they pursued it. I hope that they're able to
Watch your speed.
keep the skill. Like, I hope that it's become something like riding a bike for them, because
And then turn right.
they're so young and it became something that was very much part of their growing up, I guess.
Turn right.
So I'm hoping that it would be for them like something, a skill that they can keep, that doesn't just drift off like it does for me. But I'm pretty sure I'll always remember how to play guitar now. I'm not a very great guitarist, not at all. And I only play rhythm, other than the solo for Patience. I only really play because I'm so impatient. I want to move on to the next song and learn another song. I want to learn all the songs that I liked when I was young. Oh, that does not look like a 40, but I'll take it. That looks more like a 90. Should I go this way or that way? I'm going to go this way and have a look at the situation first. Okay. So, alright. I don't think it's too bad. It's probably better than the one that I did last night. We have to get around the corner properly. It's interesting. Can I drive around this place? I can. What's happening? Why am I not moving forward? Because the back tires are caught on something. What am I caught on? No! This is a nightmare. I hate it. Why couldn't I just go around the corner? What was I caught on? Those pole things? I'm starting to regret this decision. I was hoping that I might be able to come up the side of it. Oh, the trailer. Okay. Nah, can't pass through there. I'll have to go back the way it was. Yep, there's no inroads there. Alright. I'm gonna get a fine. Can I just want to go. I know there's a red signal. And if you know a few chords, you don't really need to know how to play like full songs or anything like that. You can just strum a couple of chords. So, you know, it's like, I'm sure the skill of like learning plucking on a guitar is something that would require like that constant practice, perhaps, like drawing good detailed stuff. Because you could potentially forget that or get slow at it. I'm so tempted sometimes to press like the 2 so that I can see it from above. But that's not what a real truck driver does. A real truck driver can't view it from above. So I like to nerf myself even though I'm not a real truck driver. Oh dear. I cannot see out of this one very well. Okay, and then straighten it a little. And now we're going to swing a little that way and then just go straight back. Oh. And now straight. Nice. Straight back, slow and steady. Oops, too much turn. Why is... Okay. Surely it will register it even if I don't get it perfectly in. Gonna make me drive back out again. It is. But I never learnt full-on music theory, and there's some good stuff there about like chord relations and stuff, which can make it really... now I'm too crooked. Which can make it really easy to just kind of make up songs on the spot. Or it can make it easy also to work out what chords a song has in it, because you know how chords relate, and I don't know that theory. But it's pretty cool stuff that I have to get into eventually. One day when I stop being so impatient. Come on, can we just tick in, please? Can we just say that's good enough? I feel like it's not in on this side, so it doesn't like it. Oh. It does like it. Yes. Yay. Let me check the time. Might have time for a short one. It's 9:58. I did want to finish at 10, but let's just do a real quick short one. I do want to do 2 trips in one day. Oh, I'm an instructor. I'm an instructor, horror. I can instruct. What do I want? I want high value cargo. That's what I want. All right, short Halloween trip because my son's going to get upset. We didn't watch a show yesterday. Oh, so the other thing that I did during the week, the whole family, we got together and we watched Arcane on Netflix. We did watch it when it originally came out. Oh, if there isn't a short one, there we go. We'll take that one. We did watch it when it first came out, but the new season, I am not sponsored. If Arcane want to sponsor me, they can. I don't play the game, but the show, the art, the characters, the story, the emotion. Oh, it's so beautiful. I loved it. I absolutely loved Arcane. And so the new season's coming out, so we watched a season, the first season again. So that we could be ready for the new season. And the theme song is sung by one of our currently favourite artists, Ashniko. People might want to check her out. She's a bit shocking, so be warned. Be warned, she's a bit of a shocker, you know. But she's very cool. I like her stuff. I think she's very talented, and very arty.
Keep left.
Oh, and she's singing
and then turn
the
left.
Jinx, the theme song for Jinx. So I'm
Turn
really
left.
stoked about that. I've been harassing Fortnite in surveys for years, for several years now, to include an Ashniko skin, and they've never done it. They took my idea and used her to advertise
turn right.
Valorant instead. So
Turn
sad.
right.
Where? Turn right here? No, not right. Wait, up here? Here?
We're finished.
Where are the treats? Oh, around the back? Oh, okay. I was extremely confused for a second there. Okay. Go backwards. Hopefully I can drive around. It does look like I can. So yes, we watched Arcane. So if you haven't seen it, I do recommend it. Even if you have never played the game, I've never played it. Even if you don't like I don't really get into anime and stuff. I'm sort of just that generation a little bit past that. I've watched a little bit of it and stuff. I find it hard to connect with and then follow a story. There's a few that I do like, animations. Not necessarily anime, but there's a few animations that I do like. Invincible was pretty cool. It is pretty cool. And another one that I absolutely loved was called Primal. There's no speaking. Oh, there might be a little bit of speaking at the end, but it's brilliant. Another brilliant piece of art. But this arcane just captured me so much. Can't wait. New season coming out November 9th on Netflix. So that's my advertisement that I'm not being paid for. And then we're not even going to get another season. They've already told us that that season 2 is it. So it's not even like I'm campaigning for another season. But I do recommend it very much so. And there, I'm not playing Fortnite tonight, but tomorrow, I did say I wanted to come on tomorrow, play duos, do a no cam. I might wear my GenX skin. Unfortunately, there's rumours going around that GenX and Vi will not be returning to the Fortnite shop. For people interested in that, I know it's sad, and I don't like the exclusivity thing that Fortnite engages in. Even though I'm someone that has a lot of what I want off Fortnite, I'm very lucky. I've been very fortunate to get everything I wanted and to get very exclusive skins and stuff. I don't agree with that. These aren't supposed to be exclusive. They're just shop items, but apparently they're not coming back. So, which is a bit weird. Why wouldn't you want to promote the show? You know? So I'll probably wear them tomorrow. Wear one of them at least. I like to wear GenX. But I think, it's so hard to choose who you like better in the show. Okay. So I can't wait for that to come out. But we're doing a short trip here because I have to finish. Have to wrap up because I promised my son we're going to watch. I'm sorry, Granny. We're going to watch Outlast. I don't know if I've spoken about Outlast before on stream. Hey, thanks for following, Mr. Lovebug. I don't know if I've talked about Outlast on stream before. So there's like these survival shows. You got like Survivor and stuff like that where people get voted off and stuff. And there's one called Alone, which is the best one. It's the best one out of all of them. But this one's kind of like Alone, except they're not alone. They're in groups, and it's like this. It's made for narcissists. This game. It's just horrible. So they put these groups out, and there's only one rule, and the rule is that you have to be in a team, no matter what. And if half your team tap out or whatever, if all your team tap out and you're the last one left, you have 24 hours to convince another team, to get to another team and convince them to join, that you're going to be a valuable asset and that you can join their team. And hey, that was a secret road, I swear to God. And so the first season, it just sent me and my son bonkers. We were so pissed at the winner. Like, did she win? I can't remember. Anyway, it was just this display of how narcissism can be how people can be subject to it. And how people can get manipulated or taken advantage of it by it. And then this season there's been a little bit of that, but we've also been seeing how the people have kind of dealt with it, which has been a little bit of more of an interesting twist on it. So we've been like captivated by that kind of aspect because it's had the little bit of narcissistic gameplay in it. But at the same time, we've been like, hey, they're actually like dealing with the problem. And so tonight we've got the last 2 episodes to watch. So we're going to sit down and do that after I drop off this delivery. Yeah, it's kind of like Alone. So I don't know if if any of you have ever watched Alone. It's a survival show where they just dump them out in is it in Alaska or it's Nova Scotia or something, and they just dump them on like a whole lot of people, 10 people, about 10 kilometers apart. They're allowed to have 10 supplies from a list of specified supplies, and it's the person that survives longest wins, basically. And it gets really like it's an incredible show. You learn a lot watching it, and it's amazing. Like it's incredible. Like you watch it and you go, how did people ever even pioneer areas like this? Like the things that people go through. You'd love to be dumped in Alaska at some point. Yeah, but that'd be fine, I guess, if you have all the, you got a nice warm house. Where is that? What is going on there? Look at all this area where you can drive. But just dumped in like the Alaskan wilderness. With all the bears, that's where the whole, hey bear. And they got to scream out, hey bear, to like, that's their defense against the bears. And then the cold sets in and they're like scavenging for food, trying to get enough food. There was one season with a dude that had like gathered like heaps of fish. He was having really good luck, so he was like able to acquire heaps of fish. I'm gonna go, I'm gonna sleep up here. And do I really need to sleep? He gathered heaps and heaps and heaps of fish, and then, there's plenty of places along the way. And then didn't eat them. He was like storing them for, when he might need them later. And they ended up medically removing him because he was too skinny. He was so skinny and he had like 24 fish. And they tapped him out against his will. So the medical one, yeah. So there's all different. I love Alone. Alone's the best survival show out there. The best. And they did one here. They did. We've had one season of Alone that was done in Australia. I don't want to do a spoiler, but. Well, maybe I couldn't just like say, no, I don't like spoilers and I don't like spoiling people. Watch the Australian Alone. If you haven't already, watch the Australian Alone. It was done in Tasmania, which is pretty cold. Like it gets pretty cold down there. But the winner is what you need to watch it for. I don't want to give any clues. I'm being very, very careful with what I say. I'm going to take this picture though. We have a landmark here of something. I don't know what it is. Stop. What the hell? I said stop. Okay. Press the following key to activate the viewpoint. Okay, but how do we take a picture again? We've got to press the function. Oh, okay. All right. Hey. Or was it just that on its own? No, that does not do it on its own. I didn't read it. Where are we? Mountains. Didn't read it. I didn't read where we were. I recognize that rock. But not in name. I don't know what it's called. this amazes me too, this sort of road work. We've got similar stuff, like obviously in Australia, where they've cut through like mountains, like to keep a road going through it. That would have been tough. These roads were built a long time ago. That would have been tough. Tough work. I feel like I should activate it again so I know where I am. Alright, let's get off the sidewalk there. Anyone in the chat been watching anything that they want to recommend? Anyone binge watched anything lately? I've noticed that I think that's why I don't remember stories very well, and I have to watch them before. Like, I always have to re-watch seasons nowadays, and I think it's because we binge watch. Whereas in my day, when I was young, they only drip fed you. Just drip feed you the stories. Week by week you'd have to tune in so that you could get to know the characters and follow the story. And so it had sort of trained our minds to like get to know these characters and like long term, I guess, in our brains, you know? And now we just binge something and then it's gone. And so we don't sort of exist with it for very long. And so it doesn't set in as much, I feel. Though I did kind of remember some of Arcane, but I'm really glad that I watched it again. My truck's feeling really weird. It gives you the opportunity to discuss with others. Well, on that... Oh, wait, there's a... viewpoint. Apparently they're going to release Arcane 3 episodes at a time. Which will be good because we won't get spoilers from the very first, like the next day. And you get to theorize if it's a very lore story. Yeah, like Game of Thrones, everyone would theorize and like, and yeah, explore what they thought was going to happen and stuff like that. Yeah, and the spoiler aspect. If you don't get to watch it straight away, you like the drip feeding. I don't know. I do like the option of the binge watch though, because when you're watching something that's really good and you want to keep watching. So, but I think this is pretty good. They've acknowledged that we want more than one episode at a time by giving us 3, but they're not gonna. We're not gonna get spoilers because there's the first 3 episodes, then the next 3, and it also gives you more time to remember it more. Yeah, because you have time to think about it more in between episodes. Yeah, exactly. But they've kind of acknowledged that we want to binge a little bit, and then, you know, but they've said, but you can't binge the whole lot. We're just going to give you like 3 episodes, and then we'll give you 3 another week. All right, we've got to stop the engine. All right, I'll try and read where we are this time. Does it not tell you? Oh, the salt flats. Is that where we were before? I should have taken that picture. It's too late. My truck's out of the scene. Wow. My truck's way down the road. The salt flats. We have those too. It's called the Hay Plains in Australia. And there's just like tons of salt bush out there, and it's drawn all the salt up to the surface. And pretty much fucked it all. And it's really, really long straight road that they have to occasionally put a turn in it to wake people up. And it goes all the way from... And it goes to Adelaide, and I don't know where... It goes through, like, rural Victoria, I think. It's like... I don't know. I've only been on it once a long time ago when I was very young. Oh, about 14. There wasn't much to take photos of. Alright. Let's go. This can't be that far. I did not pick a really long job here. Stuff. Knocking off a couple of viewpoints from the achievement list. Hudspeth. Okay. Wow, lightning. Oh, I bet it does too. I wonder if at night, like if it actually, wow, shows, like, because that's sheet lightning. I wonder if it ever shows like any lightning strikes at night. You like the 3 episodes idea? So do I. I'm keen with that. You can only really watch 3 episodes in a night anyway. Otherwise you're keeping yourself up. But sometimes the story is just so good. You just want to keep going. But I am glad that we won't get spoilers the next day from people that were able... Oh, look, there it did it. It did a lightning strike in the distance over that mountain. We won't get spoilers from people that do manage to watch it also. That is so cool. The thunder. What's it? It's like the 8th today, so that, like, it was another lightning strike. That's wild. So Arcane's gonna come out tomorrow, or it might be the 9th American time. We might have to wait till Sunday. But surely, because it says it on the Australian Netflix that it's coming out on the 9th, surely it would be written like that. That is... The trailers all say the 9th, and the trailers are international. Does anyone know? Are we going to get to watch it on the 9th? Or will we have to wait till Sunday?
I feel like I'm driving in the devil's chariot.
Why are we slowing down? What's the speed limit then? 55. Okay. Got a fine, another fine, whatever. A cab. Sorry. Speeding's not good. You shouldn't speed. I do it all the time in this, but you shouldn't speed. I'm in the wrong lane. I'm stopping people from going around the corner. No, I'm not. All good. How far is this? I did not pick a long one. Oh, here we go. Okay. It's close. It's close. Episodes tomorrow, 7 p.m. when it comes out. Yeah, I should be well and truly done with the stream by then, because, like, I think Rank Cup goes from 11 till... We wrote it down, I wrote it down, 11 till 3. So I'm gonna stream for that time, I guess.
Go straight on.
Even if the
That's
Rank
right.
Cup isn't there, like it was yesterday, was not there on the playlist, even though it was supposed to be there. So even if it's not, I'll play some Fortnite tomorrow. Hopefully it will be there because I really, really, really want my ranked umbrella. Straight ahead, I'm going to get another fine going through here. Go, 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 truck. Made it.
Keep right and then turn right.
Here at the Walbert,
Turn right.
the fake Walmart, in-game Walmart.
Go straight on. That's right.
Straight on. Yeah.
Oh, get ready to turn left.
Okay, Granny. Where? Oh, up past.
Turn
Wait,
left.
but there's a big block. Oh, I see. I see.
It was a nice ride. Now, make sure you
All
come
right.
back and visit me, all right?
Let's see. What? Hey. Oh, okay. That's like right here. There's gonna be a trick. It's 90 XP. There is a trick. There is a trick. They're gonna play a trick on me. Okay, it's alright. I'm an instructor. I can do this. Look at all that stuff in the way. What have I set myself up for? Okay. Right. Okay. Stuff everywhere. Can they get it all out of the way for me? To drive up onto here. I don't believe that's the correct gameplay. Should I be looking at turning around? If I turn around there... Okay, this is the challenging part. Very, very challenging. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do this one. There's just so many little obstacles. I feel like I need to go forward. Whoa. And turn around. Somehow. I feel like this is another one of those ones like what we did that other time that I got stuck on. If I bring it around here. I feel like it gives me a bit more room to work with the front. This way. I don't know. Don't know if I've approached this from the right angle. Where all the viewers can learn I am not a truck driver. Not in real life. Really not virtually. No matter how much this game says I'm an instructor. Maybe I should take this one from above, but then I'll never learn. I literally can't see at all. Okay, I think I've crashed into the, like, the little tractor that was there, the little... Okay. No, too much, turn that way. No, oh god. Okay, I'm going good, I can see that I'm going okay. bring the wheel this way a little. Hey, maybe I really am getting like, maybe I really am instructor level. No, I'm not, but like. I did this, but like I'm speaking too soon, but I'm doing this better than the last one I did, and that was only a 40. Oh, how exciting. I'm actually doing okay. This forklift is kind of coming beside me, but oh wait, no! I accidentally pressed the wrong button, but everybody could see that I was doing it. Far out. Sadness. Alright, that's it. We did heaps of news today. Thank you for tuning in. If you tuned into my news, I know I spoke too soon. I always jinx myself. It's just me. I'm just not a lucky person, and that didn't even take luck. That was just, I hit the wrong button. I was going so well. I was lining it up perfectly. I was going to get that. I would have got that. What a way to finish. What a way to finish. That's okay. 6 out of 13. Cool. Got a little ways to go. I'm enjoying the cruisy streams. After Halloween was a little stressful, I have to admit. Those games were just totally out of my comfort zone. I'm trying to step out of my comfort zone a little bit, but that was just I just was not it just didn't work for me. So that was pretty stressful. So it was lovely really to get back to AGS and just cruise around. Look at all those lovely ghosts, all being all lo-fi. That's a great background. I love it. All right, I'm gonna head. Gotta watch Outlast. Sun's waiting. We're gonna have dinner. We haven't even cooked dinner yet. 10:30. All right. Look at my spiky tires. Done a bit of work on this truck. Very nice. I uploaded a new image of it to my because I hadn't put this truck up on the American truck yet, so I finally uploaded a truck. You have a good day, horror freak. Yep, time to go. Thanks for joining me, everybody. Okay, let's see if I can escape here. I will be back tomorrow. It'll be no cam though, but I'm gonna play ranked, Fortnite ranked cup tomorrow for the umbrella. And that's probably all I'll do is Fortnite. I probably won't play this because my friend might be on, and so we'll just play that. No news or nothing, it'll just be that. And then again, I'll be back on my regular stream for Friday next week. If I come on before that, then that's just a bonus. But the scheduled stream, definitely be here on Friday. See you all tomorrow. Love ya. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for joining me. And, oh, that's not working. There we go. And I will see you tomorrow if you decide to drop by tomorrow. Okay. Bye.